Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd please take your seats and come to order and all that sort of thing. Thank you very much. I'm Robert Colville. I'm the director of the Centre for Policy Studies. I will be popping up throughout the day, essentially just to tell you to take your seats and go and have coffee and stuff. I have no editorial contribution whatsoever. But I am delighted to introduce, to kick us off and declare this conference open, Michael Spencer, Lord Spencer, the chairman of the Centre for Policy Studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for that generous introduction. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I am indeed Michael Spencer, and I am indeed the chairman of the Centre for Policy Studies, and I am delighted to welcome you here today. In fact, after the last couple of years, I'm pretty delighted to welcome anyone anywhere. The Margaret Thatcher Conference is named, quite properly, after the Centre for Policy Studies co-founder. And each year, it focuses on a different topic inspired by her legacy. And in the wake of the pandemic, this year's subject, international trade, could not be more appropriate. It is trade that the government has put at the heart of the global Britain agenda, and it is trade that will help the economy recover after the awful pandemic. We are incredibly grateful to HSBC, the Telegraph, and the City of London for their support for this event, and of course to Catherine McGuinness and the City for hosting us here in this wonderful and historic building. To the many of you who are joining us virtually, all I can say is you don't know what you're missing. This is a wonderful sunny day in London. There may be a bit more hand sanitizer on the premises. There may be a few more face masks in pockets, but I truly believe that we can indeed bounce back stronger from the pandemic, and that promoting international trade is one of the best ways to do that. So thank you all for coming. Thank you to our sponsors and distinguished speakers. Thank you to the team at the CPS for putting this wonderful event together. We are in for a truly fascinating day, and I would like you to join me in welcoming Catherine McGuinness of the City of London to get us started on this conference today. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody, and a very warm welcome back to Guildhall, to CPS and its guests after the pause enforced by COVID-19. And a particular welcome to Lord Spencer on his Margaret Thatcher Conference debut as CPS chairman. Today's agenda is both excellent and timely, and where better to consider the future of international trade and make the case for the benefits of free and open trade than here, in the heart of a great trading city, in a great trading country, and with the banners and crests of the city livery companies who from medieval times championed trade and trading standards above our heads. Here in the city, we have, of course, a particular focus on trade in services. So we were pleased to see the UK's 2021 export strategy for British businesses contain a strong services element. We welcome this strategy in the knowledge that the UK services sector is 80% of its GDP. Its financial and professional services sector alone employing 2.3 million people across the UK, creating a trade surplus of £77.9 billion, and really importantly, enabling other businesses to achieve their goals and themselves generate further trade. So it's absolutely appropriate to implement an independent trade policy that reflects our strengths and our competitive advantages in services. Indeed, the UK, as the most global of the services-based economies, now has, I suggest, a unique opportunity to spearhead the liberalisation of trade around the world, helping to drive global prosperity and tackle global challenges. And from those challenges, there are, of course, none bigger than the transition to net zero, where one message which was reinforced for me by COP was that liberalising global capital flows and advisory services will be a key factor in supporting a successful global response. 3 very quick points before I hand over to our next speaker. First, in deepening the UK's trading relationships with partners abroad, There is undoubtedly a challenge in that it is harder to liberalise services trade than goods. In particular, financial services are heavily regulated. Most cross-border barriers are regulatory, and most regulations are national. Free trade agreements are a very useful tool, but there are, of course, additional tools in the box, including regulatory dialogues, economic and financial dialogues, and memoranda of understanding, and indeed working through multilateral organisations. And it's going to be important to explore the whole range, and that, I know, is the topic of a session later on today. Secondly, and you might expect me to say this standing where I do, there is huge potential here for jobs and growth across the UK, and we here in the city are absolutely committed to using our platforms and our voice to support opportunity elsewhere. Take a quick look, for example, at our Global City website as a small example of that in action. But there's no getting away from the fact that London is an important engine for the economy, and we need to keep it running properly if we're to maximise its contribution for the rest of the UK. And running properly, as far as business is concerned, includes having a transport system which is properly funded and reliable, not in decline, managed or otherwise. And finally, we need our policymakers to work closely with the financial sector and the sector's full engagement to help understand where the barriers lie and how they can be improved, how they can be ameliorated. That would shape the international policy agenda to our design and allow the UK to reap the wholesale benefits of global free trade, and it's very good to see those conversations underway. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm looking forward to the discussions ahead, and I'm delighted now to hand over to Ian Stewart, CEO of HSBC UK. Ian.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The topic of trade is definitely home turf for HSBC. Trade is central to the bank's past, present and future. We were founded 156 years ago to help connect Eastern and Western markets. Today we do exactly the same for markets all over the world. Our client base is incredibly diverse. We provide services to individuals and every kind of business enterprise, high street shops, multinationals, startups, and households, institutions that you know very, very well. Today, the future of trade is uncertain. COVID-19, technological disruption, political uncertainty. There's a lot of challenges out there. I could spend hours giving you our house view on all these topics, but don't worry, I won't. I know you're all keen to hear from our keynote speaker coming up next. What I'll do instead is share some big picture priorities on trade and encourage you to keep them in mind as the day progresses. Now, as the CEO for the UK Bank, my bias obviously leans to clients here in the UK and how UK government policy affects their interaction with the outside world. But I think these priorities could chime with clients in all our key markets across the globe. So the first thing to keep on your mind today is stability. This is a predictable and a well-worn request, but that's because it really is essential. Firms need a stable environment to plan and prosper. With so many uncertainties in the global economy, we all need to focus on the things that we can do to provide security in the months and years ahead. The second priority is partnership. Our clients are emerging from an incredibly tough period. For many of them, the battle to stay in business during COVID-19 has been all-consuming. Now, they are faced with further challenges, including rapid digitization and the transition to net zero. Tackling these issues will require businesses and governments to work together. That is particularly true for SMEs. Multinationals often dominate the trade conversation, but cross-border commerce can be transformative for small businesses and the broader economy. Let's help them access those opportunities. Finally, we need to talk about skills. The world is changing rapidly. Digitization and the race to net zero will impose huge demands on the existing workforce and the workforce of the future. We can't afford for businesses to be left behind. That's why upskilling and reskilling are essential, both at a company level and nationally. I won't keep you from your keynote speaker any longer. I hope you enjoy the event. We're certainly proud to continue sponsoring important conversations like these, and pleased that so many distinguished speakers are providing their thoughts today. A huge thanks to the Centre for Policy Studies for once again putting on a fantastic agenda. Now, let's welcome the Secretary of State for International Trade, Anne-Marie Trevelyan. Thank you.
Ian, thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Robert, and the CPS for all the great work that you're doing, both at the Centre for Policy Studies and, of course, helping us as a member of the Strategic Trade Advisory Group in DIT. It's 31 years, ladies and gentlemen, since Margaret Thatcher left office, which makes me realise just how old I am. However, her 11 years as Prime Minister have significantly shaped the United Kingdom that we all know and love today. That Iron Lady, that great lady, redefined Britain, launching an economic revival that transformed our country's standing in the world. Built on not standing still and not accepting the status quo. Through free trade, free enterprise, and international cooperation, like at the 1985 Bonn Summit, where Thatcher and other G7 leaders ushered in a new era of trade liberalisation and free market capitalism by agreeing that, and I quote, "Protectionism does not solve problems, it creates them." And her leadership was the catalyst for a remarkable period of UK and indeed global growth. She energised our country and ensured we were once again competitive on the world stage. And indeed today we are presented with many of the same challenges that faced Mrs. Thatcher. Protectionism undermining global trade and growth, the spectre of inflation hanging over the global economy, at least in part driven by disruption to supply chains, uncertainty about the future of the global economy caused by those long-term impacts of the pandemic, geopolitical shifts, and the rapidly growing Indo-Pacific markets, as well as a global trading system in need of reform and renewal of free and fair trade values in the midst of climate change. So to face up to these challenges, we need to channel Margaret Thatcher's optimism, her dynamism, and her clarity of purpose. So today I would like to set out for you how we are going to chart a new course now that we are once again a truly independent trading nation, and use our newfound freedom to once again become global champions of free and fair trade. So we will forge stronger trading relationships with like-minded countries to liberalise those trade and open markets, put rocket boosters under our exports, and break down the barriers to market access. These wins don't often make the headlines, but they do create billions of pounds in new exports every year. So giving the right support to businesses of all sizes, championing their unashamedly brilliant goods and services, and banging that drum around the world to remind investors that there has never been a better time to invest in the UK. First and foremost, our vision for the UK's future as an independent trading nation means recognising just how much we have to offer the world. As the previous Minister for Energy responsible for delivering the net zero strategy, I am passionate and indeed deeply embedded in the detail about how our domestic economy can become genuinely clean and green. Our army of green innovators are now also set to deliver as much as £170 billion of export sales by 2030, with each one accelerating the global green transition. Lady Thatcher set us on this course by putting the threats from climate change on the political map, both at home and around the world. And the UK has just hosted COP26, where critical decisions were agreed for the world to get ahead of climate threats. And UK leadership out in front must and will continue. And it is in the spirit of Thatcher's words back in 1989 that those countries who industrialised must contribute more to help those who are not. that our entrepreneurs today export their pioneering green goods and services around the world. From Alexander Dennis, who are exporting electric buses, to Crip Protect, who export their innovative products to 52 different markets around the globe. The UK today is also, of course, a services and digital technology superpower. We are the world's second largest services exporter and the fifth biggest exporter of digital tech services. As well, of course, as the world-leading financial services hub here in the City of London, up and down the country, we are home to global titans of professional services and creative industries. Meanwhile, our superb shipbuilding, maritime equipment, technology and manufacturing sectors underpin our trade in everything from cars to cyber and pharmaceuticals to professional services. Our task is to capitalise on these amazing strengths, setting the frameworks for great British business to thrive from Washington, DC to Wellington. This in turn will create jobs, opportunities and prosperity across every part of our United Kingdom, whilst championing the causes of free markets, free enterprise and free trade. And we do this for a reason. Free trade is the engine that drives growth and prosperity, raising the quality of life for all our citizens by providing consumers with lower prices and greater choice. That is why we are determined that global Britain, the home of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, remains an unapologetic champion of free trade and enterprise, unleashing Britain's potential to power our economic recovery, making our businesses more dynamic and levelling up our country as we build back better from COVID-19, and opposing calls for isolationism and protectionism, not by making ourselves strategically dependent on fair-weather friends, but by standing tall with like-minded partners to champion free and fair trade for all, working to strengthen and reform the WTO and make global trading rules fit for the 21st century, rules that promote our high standards and allow our businesses to compete fairly in the global market, and using our influence and shaping international trade to reflect our core values, including freedom, fairness, sovereignty, the rule of law, and environmentalism across the world, and ensuring that we do not yield to those who argue that we should put barriers up, meaning that British firms would lose contracts overseas, higher prices in the shops, and depriving developing countries of vital growth. To trade freely, we must also trade fairly. To protect our open international order, we must stand against unfair competition and those who seek to undermine our enterprise. So we will proactively address risks to our national security, economic resilience, we will defend our values, and we will challenge tackling the market-distorting practices that put our businesses at an unfair disadvantage. We are not alone. Our G7 allies share this vision, and I will be forthrightly making our case at next week's WTO Ministerial Conference. Because our vision is much more than simply defending Britain's proud free trading history. It is rooted in a recognition of the seismic shifts happening across the global economy today, focusing not on the next quarter or year, but the decades to come. As my department's Global Trade Outlook highlighted, the global centre of economic gravity will continue shifting eastwards, with the 7 largest emerging economies projected to surpass the economic size of the G7 during the 2030s. And between 2019 and 2050, more than half of global growth is expected to come from the Indo-Pacific. Within that, South Asia will grow particularly quickly, and India is projected to be the world's 3rd largest economy by 2050. India is, of course, one of our most significant export markets, and I look forward to launching our trade talks soon with them. And the global economy is also becoming more services-orientated, as rising incomes in emerging markets shift those spending patterns. There could be almost 2 billion more middle-class consumers on the planet by 2050. And around 3/4 of these increases will be in the Indo-Pacific region. And these are trends we therefore cannot afford to ignore. So a long-term vision for trade means adapting to this changing reality and reaching out to seize opportunities in the emerging high-value markets where demand for our world-class goods and services is high. This means focusing our efforts on those parts of the world that can supercharge UK trade in the industries of the future, like digital, services and tech. Not retrenching and retreating into protectionism, but reaching out to trade with the world's fastest growing markets, whilst ensuring that Britain's status as a global exporter, centre for foreign investment and champion of international trade remains firm. So far, we have agreed trade deals with 70 countries, plus the EU, trade worth a whopping £766 billion every year. And so now we are working flat out to forge ambitious deals with like-minded and strategic partners around the world that will put the UK at the centre of a network of modern free trade agreements spanning the Americas and the Pacific. We are in negotiations to accede to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, one of the world's largest free trade areas composed of 11 Pacific nations with dynamic economies from Chile to Malaysia, Vietnam to Peru, boasting a combined GDP of more than £8 trillion in 2020. And we have launched our consultation with a view to commencing negotiations with the Gulf Cooperation Council states in the months ahead. All these deals will create countless new opportunities for our exporters and deliver better choice and value for consumers. Supporting UK business is central for me, so wherever in the world they arise, we will tackle the market access barriers that our businesses face, enabling them to trade and invest more freely. Closer to home, if we are to truly embrace the new opportunities we are creating, we must empower our brilliant entrepreneurs to look forwards, outwards, and to the future, as we did last week, hosting the inaugural International Trade Week, which was supporting and encouraging businesses to export and sell to the world, and showcasing the long-term support that is available to help them to do so. Leveraging our trade show programme to bring that support to every corner of the UK, therefore making it easier for businesses to trade by investing in tools like the single trade window, a one-stop shop for all data from traders into government, and putting a new emphasis on spreading support across the UK through our world-leading export credit agency, UK Export Finance. And last week, we launched our ambitious and refreshed export strategy. As a key feature of this, the Export Support Service will extend its reach with hubs across all 4 nations of the UK to assist businesses trading with the EU and around the world. Our strategy is driven by the mission to reach exports of £1 trillion in goods and services per year by 2030. This is indeed an ambitious goal, but I do believe that by working closely with businesses and providing the support that they need, we can achieve it. We must also maintain trust in free and fair trade, and we will do this by equipping our businesses with the tools they need to tackle unfair and pernicious trading practices. The Independent Trade Remedies Authority was established to allow businesses to seek redress against dumping, subsidisation and unfair surges of imports, and this will provide stability and predictability for exporters and investors alike. Our vision for the future also means maximising foreign direct investment, just as Margaret Thatcher did. Now, as then, it generates so much prosperity in the UK and deepens our links with allies across the world, leading to higher wages, stimulating business efficiency and boosting productivity. Exactly what we need to lead the global recovery. That is why our new Office for Investment is harnessing the expertise of our government, its global network and the private sector to provide a concierge service, giving renewed focus and structure to our offer for top-tier investors around the world. Mrs. Thatcher brought Nissan to the northeast at a time when they were the world's most innovative car manufacturers, and the Office for Investment has been working to ensure they continue to be a key player in the region, where they will continue to innovate and produce a new generation of all-electric vehicles. This is just one great example which demonstrates the Office's immense potential as a vehicle for delivering growth, levelling up, and propelling us to net zero. We also have huge plans for green investment. These were front and centre at COP26 and at our recent Global Investment Summit. Almost £10 billion was invested in green projects that will reduce emissions, create thousands of jobs, and spur our mission to level up the entire country. So I hope this gives you a brief outline of the UK's ambitious vision for trade. Some critics have questioned whether we have the strategy to get there, and if there should be some weighty tome, I don't know, sat unaltered on a dusty shelf somewhere. I'm afraid I fundamentally reject that approach, because our strategy is clear, dynamic, and built on really strong foundations. It's based on the principle of free, fair, rules-based international trade. The flexibility and dynamism afforded by our newfound status as an independent trading nation, and reaching out to seize the opportunities of a shifting centre of gravity in the global economy. Opportunities we are uniquely well placed to grasp. It is a strategy not looking just at the next headline, the next quarter, or the next year, but realising those opportunities ahead in the decades to come. It will make exporting easier for businesses, drive individual investment, and bring prosperity to every region and nation of our country. Now, just as in Mrs. Thatcher's time, there are the naysayers and the doommongers who claim that we are Little Britain, too slow, too weak, too inexperienced. But, and with the greatest respect to Matt Lucas, we are not Little Britain, and we never were. We are global Britain. For the first time in almost 50 years, we are no longer waiting on the EU's computer says no bureaucracy, where trade talks drag on and on. We are an independent trading nation, able to reach out on our own, securing great deals and empowering businesses to seize those opportunities of the future and create high-paying, highly skilled jobs. And to forge an open, enterprising economy which enables us to build back better from the pandemic, levelling up the whole of the UK. With the energy, the innovation, and the engagement of businesses, communities, and this ambitious strategy, we will unleash our nation's brilliant potential and write a new chapter in our proud trading history. Proudly championing all that is made in the UK, sold to the world, I hope that Margaret Thatcher, who put global Britain on the map, would be proud of our vision and our action plan to keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. Now, one innovation post-pandemic is that we are also having some virtual speakers joining us, everyone having realised that it's actually okay to watch people on a screen occasionally. So with that, we have our first video keynote, which is from Ambassador Alan Wolf, now a distinguished visiting fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in the US, but until very recently the Deputy Director General of the WTO and one of the leading thinkers and doers on trade, which will then lead into our first panel event on the future of the multilateral trading system. So technology and internet connections permitting, I'd like you to join me in welcoming Ambassador Wolf.
Today at the Margaret Thatcher Conference on Trade. Margaret Thatcher does not come across as a person racked with self-doubt when thinking about an appropriate global trade policy. She expressed her views cogently in a speech on March 3rd, 1994. It was a time when the world trading system stood between the era of the GATT and the promise of a new world trade organization, the WTO. She was absolutely clear-eyed on the achievements of the former and the promise of the latter. Of course, she would talk of history, of Britain's choice to open its market with the repeal of the Corn Laws. She did not think that Robert Cobden got it wrong to open the British market for food. She did not think that Churchill and Roosevelt got it wrong when in the summer of 1941 at Argentia Bay, they said as a cornerstone of their war aims that the post-war global economy should be characterized by equal access to markets and to raw materials for all, a policy designed to underwrite a more durable peace. She understood the need for strong leadership, praising Arthur Dunkel and Peter Sutherland, the two individuals who had the vision and strength to bring the last great round of multilateral trade negotiations to a successful conclusion, which resulted in the creation of the WTO. She was absolutely clear that trade was what ordinary people wanted to do to better their lives, that it was not some artificial construct of experts. She did not see open markets as something solely of value to the world's largest economies. She saw it as a path forward for prosperity for small and large countries alike. She was focused on the success at that time of the economies that were known as Asian tigers, places like Hong Kong, Korea, and what was known to her at that time as Taiwan, each growing rapidly during the last third of the last century. She did not shrink from attacking rigidly centrally controlled economies that chose to have the state substitute its judgment for the market. She saw the need for curbing subsidies, for bringing services, intellectual property protection, and agriculture fully into the rules-based global trading system. She worried that preferential trading arrangements could well undermine the global system of non-discrimination and equal participation in trade. Margaret Thatcher gave these assessments over a quarter of a century ago, but they're just as fresh now as they were then. They have stood the test of time. We now have just over a quarter century of experience with the WTO, and the world's leaders have called for a reform of that organization. There is a need to be able to restore the negotiating function to the WTO as it was envisaged by its founders. There is a need to have again a dispute settlement system that is binding and recognized as legitimate by all. There is a need to have an institution with a strong executive to achieve full transparency with respect to national trade measures that affect trade, to make proposals, to break impasses in negotiations, and to help plan for the future, to meet global challenges such as pandemics and climate change. As Brexit was occurring, I had the privilege of being called upon to give my views on the proper role of an independent Britain in the world trading system. I testified before the International Trade Select Committee of the House of Commons. I met with officials of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and at number 10 Downing Street. There was a reasonable concern then that the views of Britain might not count for much, given the much larger shares of world trade represented by the European Union, the United States, and China. What I said to the people I met with is that when I first attended GATT meetings in the early 1970s, I heard that independent, strong, and articulate voice of the United Kingdom. And while that voice had been of value in Brussels, for the last 40 years, I very much welcomed its return to the deliberations on global trade now at the WTO. The world trading system that we benefit from is very much a heritage of the partnership of the United States and Great Britain, based on the same vision that Margaret Thatcher enunciated in her 1994 speech. That system is today fostered by WTO members, including prominently Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Singapore, to name a few, each of which is a disciple of the Britain that fostered open markets. They believe in the precepts enunciated by Margaret Thatcher with respect to the benefits that the world trading system can provide and has so demonstrably provided. It should be seen as no accident that the United Kingdom has now applied to rejoin several of its Commonwealth countries and others in the CPTPP. This arrangement should be seen as a building block towards improvement of the multilateral trading system and as a further guarantee of opening of markets, and not as a means to replace the global trading system with a preferential arrangement. With the withdrawal of the United States from the forward-looking agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the inclusion in the CPTPP of the United Kingdom will contribute additional strength to what has been a regional agreement, had been and has been a regional agreement now, and it'll be a proto-global one. I was asked what Britain can contribute to the WTO. It can contribute to solutions to the major challenges the trading system faces today. Britain has just been host in COP26 to the world's largest gathering of countries concerned with the future of this planet in this era of global warming. In many respects, there is a vitally important trade component to the climate challenge. Carbon border adjustment mechanisms, CBAM, need to be deployed only within agreed international rules, or serious trade conflicts will erupt. The WTO is the only appropriate global venue for that effort. Sustainable development must be addressed as part of the solution to the challenge of climate change. The WTO has a global membership in which that task can and must be accomplished. Britain has much experience relevant to addressing the issues involved in the reform of the WTO. These are constitutional questions. By far the greatest challenge is to restore the deliberative and legislative functions of the organization. As having one of the oldest, if not the oldest, representative parliamentary bodies in the world, Britain is familiar with the frustrations of building consensus and the skills needed to achieve results. That experience can be very useful in finding a way forward to create anew the ability of the trading system to meet new challenges through producing new trade agreements. The second challenge is to make sure that the chief distinguishing feature of the world's trade institution is once again the enforceability of rules to which all have agreed. Britain has fresh experience with the delicate balance of national sovereignty with a judicial system outside of its national boundaries. Finding a solution for dispute settlement is an extraordinarily difficult task, but it's a very necessary one, as WTO members must again be able to rely fully on the enforceability of the WTO's rules. The third element of reform is the creation of a strong executive with an independent voice to bring about solutions, to provide full transparency with respect to national measures that affect trade, and to aid in the enforcement of rules. Britain has long experience with the evolution of executive powers with a sovereign parliament, as well as having created a body of corporate governance law that can inform the task of building an institutional structure to better serve world trade. I conclude that Britain, acting within the construct of Margaret Thatcher's clear vision of a world trading system that she knew, without doubt, would best serve the world's peoples, can and should exercise a global leadership role. Working with those WTO members who are like-minded, Britain should make improvement of the multilateral trading system a reality. It can do so, and I hope it will. Thank you very much.
So if you'll bear with us, the next panel will start in 5 minutes' time. All the guests are here. We just want to make sure we stick to the running order. And then after that, you can get coffee, which will be, and you stretch your legs and everything. Thank you. Hello everyone, thank you for your patience. I'm delighted to introduce the chair and panelists for our first panel on the future of the multilateral trading system. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome to our next panel. My name is Crian Butler. I'm the Global Economy and Finance Program Head at Chatham House, and it's really my great pleasure to moderate this session. This couldn't really be better timing for a discussion about the future of the multilateral trading system. We have the WTO ministerial coming up very shortly, and we also have a new US administration with a very different approach to international cooperation to its predecessor, and we also have a new head of the WTO since March. But at the same time, the challenges facing the multilateral trading system are still considerable. We have the longest-standing issues of dispute settlement, of transparency, and of negotiations and how you get negotiations going. And we also have the new issues arising from climate change and also from the rapid growth in digital technology. Now, to look at these questions, we have a really excellent panel, all of whom I think will be very well known to you. Next to me, Lord Peter Mandelson, who's the European Trade Commissioner from 2004 to 2008, and then went on to be First Secretary of State in Gordon Brown's government. Next to him, we have Crawford Falconer, who is the current UK Chief Trade Negotiation Advisor and Second Permanent Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Prior to that, he had a very distinguished career in the New Zealand Civil Service and at one point was the New Zealand's permanent representative at the WTO. Next to him, we have Ambassador Susan Schwab, who served as US Trade Representative, reporting to President George Bush from 2006 to 2009, and so was actually a counterpart of Peter Mandelson. And prior to that, she had a distinguished career as an academic, but also in the US government, in the US Department of Commerce. And the last, but by no means least, at the far side, Shankar Singham, who is currently CEO at Compter, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but, and who is has a former advisor to the UK Secretary of State for Trade, and was also a long-standing fellow at the Institute for Economic Affairs. So it's a brilliant panel. Each of the panelists is going to spend up to 5 minutes with their introductory comments, talking about the issue that we have before us, and then we'll move to a discussion among the panelists. So with that, Peter, over to you.
Crian, thank you very much. What I'd like to do rapidly in my short 5 minutes is to try and give a helicopter view of the multilateral trade system. For this reason, for the last 3 decades, we have assumed that globalization's giant business efficiency machine and the global supply chains and rising living standards that we associate with it was on a one-way journey. And I'm not so sure that it is quite on that same journey today. The world has enjoyed the economic benefits of low-cost labor, principally, but not only in China, of cheaper goods transportation, driven by technological innovation, of policy choices in the main favouring trade liberalisation, and growing ease of mobility of human labour. Now, I think there is less reason to think that these drivers of globalisation and trade are as powerful now, or are going to remain as powerful in the future as they have been in the past. First, automation, as well as considerations of supply chain resilience, are changing the calculus that going abroad is necessarily the cheapest or the best thing to do. Second, governments are increasingly concerned about how things are produced and not just where, chiefly for environmental and labour reasons, but for some other reasons too, which are making trade agreements harder to negotiate. The climate agenda and associated green finance are also challenging established trade policies. Third, and above all, tariff elimination that has existed almost as a commonplace, something that we've taken for granted for most of the post-war period, is going out of fashion. The United States, for example, for domestic political reasons, is much less enamoured of market opening and trade competition, and much keener on reshoring and repatriation of production. And such politics, sceptical of trade, are by no means confined to the United States. The pandemic has also made people question whether we want to be reliant, for example, on either China or India to produce the bulk of the world's pharmaceutical ingredients. So the multilateral trade model, I suggest, is being challenged as never before. And I think we should be worried about the future of the rules-based multilateral trading system and the future of global markets. I think that the broad principle of tariff disarmament, the continued binding of reduced tariffs into the WTO, will endure, but in a weakened state. But alongside this is the standoff between the United States and China, which I think will become increasingly disruptive of the business efficiency machine and of globalization. Geopolitics is opening up the prospect of bifurcation of the global economy, which will raise costs, reduce business efficiency, without making the world a safer, cleaner, or more equitable place to live in. So, against that background, of course, the system is not perfect. China, amongst others, has been adept at spotting and exploiting gaps in the WTO rulebook to pursue subsidies, support for state-owned enterprises and manipulation of public procurement. But believe me, China is not the only country to play fast and loose with the WTO's rules, and it's not the only big power to throw its weight around in this system. So, in conclusion, I'd say the system needs repair and improvement, starting with the WTO's dispute settlement machinery and the restarting of its appellate body. But here's the point. Changes have to be negotiated, not imposed. In the 21st century, global trade only works as a rules game, not a power game. And that's the leadership the system needs from the United States, from Europe, and also, I might say, China, as well as other WTO members in the period to come.
Peter, thank you very much. Sets a whole bunch of questions there. Crawford, over to you.
Yeah, what I'd like to focus on is what I'd say are two broad possibilities. I mean, there are multiple possibilities, as in most things in life, but I think there are two broad possibilities for the so-called multilateral trading system. heuristically, as they say in academia, you can find a couple of options, which I kind of opt for. I mean, one is business as usual. And what is business as usual in the multilateral trading system? I think Peter has described what that business as usual is pretty well, which is, the system will remain pretty much what it is today, but will be eroded, perhaps at variable paces over time. And it's not a terrible thing if the system remains sort of static, although I'm not in favor of that myself. But at the moment, for instance, international goods trade between China, the European Union, and the United States, which is a pretty big part of international goods trade, believe it or not, is still regulated on the WTO, at least as far as the tariffs that Peter's talking about is concerned. I mean, even after all this time, it still is, although it's being eroded in various ways, it still is the only agreement upon which the major trading nations are conducting their goods trade, even though it's subject to maybe not breakdown, but certainly considerable pressure at the present time. So there are things about the existing system which, if they didn't exist, you would need to invent, but you probably wouldn't be able to invent. So it could perhaps totter on in its present shape with a little bit of repair work done here and there, but probably not very much. Bear in mind that there are some people in Geneva who still consider that the Doha round is running. Certainly nobody could even reach agreement that it had finally stopped. And that agreement, which didn't reach an outcome, commenced before the iPad had even been commercially available. So what that means is that the multilateral system has far from been able to keep up with the realities of international commerce. And people have got on with doing their own thing. So one option out there is that we will have more of the same, and that we will essentially have bilateral agreements which incorporate areas like data, which incorporate genuine up-to-date provisions on electronic commerce, which incorporate provisions on services in all the areas where the WTO has not been able to evolve the rules. And indeed, in a series of other areas too, because even in areas that are less fashionable among tradies, such as environment and labor, these agreements have provisions relating to those, and some of those are pretty well binding in a formal sense. So right across the board, that is another scenario. And those who wish to have something that evolves with international commerce will not actively seek to undermine that multilateral system, but they will proceed with their present negotiations bilaterally and plurilaterally. And it's not difficult to envisage, I think, looking out to the future, essentially the center of gravity for international trade rules moving from a genuinely multilateral locus to what I would call, dreadful academic type term, but the sort of thing that people unfortunately remember, a convergent plurilateral world. And I think that's a serious prospect. Not next year, not the year after next, but maybe 5, 10 years down the track. What will happen is that if you look at the agreements that exist out there, MCA in North America, the trade agreements that both Europe and the United Kingdom are negotiating in terms of their character, CPTPP, which is sitting out there as a plurilateral agreement already, they're more noticeable for their similarities than for their differences. And eventually over time, I think the pressure will be, well, this is not an efficient way to actually operate. We should join these up. And I think that is a very serious prospect. I mean, not for policymakers as long in the tooth as me, because I'll be long gone before that happens. But I would say in a 5 to 10 year time horizon, that is possible. And it's not difficult to imagine that over time you could have a convergent North American, European CPTPP type arrangement. You would still have the WTO with its existing rules, but you would have, if you like, almost like a two-speed governance system, which would evolve. I think that's possible. Second option is that in actual fact, an organization in the form of the WTO, which is suffering from middle age spread, somewhat like arteriosclerosis perhaps, probably in need of a new hip, possibly new knees, does get remedied. But there is considerable work that would need to be done to be reconstructed as a genuine multilateral system. But, you know, it's the most desirable way to go. It doesn't make sense to be putting all your eggs in the bilateral or plurilateral basket, but it would require a sea change in the mindset and in the leadership to make that happen. And that would mean being innovative. And that would mean, you know, at a political level, because you won't negotiate that with second secretaries in Geneva, that means changing the political culture and trying to bring the organization up to date. And that way, I would say, essentially through a plurilateral process, but a plurilateral process that is hopefully inside the organization's tent, if not in a formal sense, at least politically. And that needs to mean that this organization that's having its MC12 imminently needs to start being positive about electronic commerce, about services, and it needs to be innovative about the interface with the things that Peter was talking about, like environment and social issues of concern. Because if we don't find a way multilaterally to manage those, then the public reaction against the trading system will become negative rather than indifferent. And there are ways in which that could be done with the right kind of political leadership to lead the way. So I'm not perhaps as pessimistic as Peter would be about it. I do think there is a cause for some optimism. We need a more effective dispute settlement system, and we need to be innovative. Maybe we don't need to go back to the appellate body. Maybe we need to find a different way to make those rules more enforceable. Plenty to talk about, but if not, my first scenario, I think, is where we'll end up. Not my choice, but I think that's where we will head.
Crawford, thank you very much. Susan.
Thank you, and we may be getting a little ahead of ourselves, but that first scenario was exactly what the Bush administration had in mind when we launched TPP in the first place in 2008. So it's sort of an interesting circle back. I'm going to go back a little further and talk a bit about where we are today. Thank you very much for the invitation. The Center for Policy Studies for having this event. I would say I loved the Secretary of State's enthusiasm and charge to action this morning. I would hate to think what Margaret Thatcher would think of the global trading system today and the negotiations going on. And I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID and the trading system, because I think the COVID crisis sort of accelerated and exacerbated trends that in fact were in place before the COVID crisis. So things like moves toward industrial policy, zero-sum outlooks on the part of a variety of countries, and private sector really being whipsawed by governments in the context of some of these trends. And what the COVID crisis brought to bear was the good, the bad, and the ugly about the multilateral trading system. So the good, well, anyone who worried that we were giving up our sovereignty to the WTO discovered that no, in fact, no one gave up their sovereignty to the WTO and the WTO rules during the course of the COVID crisis, because every member of the WTO did exactly what they wanted to do and felt they needed to do to address their domestic constituencies. The other good thing about the multilateral trading system in the COVID crisis is that we discovered that, yes, in fact, protectionism can do damage to our domestic economies, particularly small and medium-sized businesses. The final thought on the good, the dip in economic growth, the uptick in protectionism, we bounced back pretty fast. Trade bounced back pretty fast. Now the bad. Start with lack of trust, lack of confidence in the trading system. We've heard a lot about that already. Lack of leadership, including from the United States, but lack of leadership. And to the extent there's been leadership, maybe it's not in the right direction. And then the ugly. My friend and former colleague, Condi Rice, has said that the new four horsemen of the apocalypse are protectionism, authoritarianism, nativism, and protectionism. And I would say she's right on that score. And they all feed together, populism and nativism and authoritarianism and protectionism. So we have a heavy lift ahead of us, and the expectations next week for the ministerial conference, which we refer to as MC12, are pretty low. For those of us who are focused on the weeds in this exercise, expectations are pretty low, which is perhaps good news because that means they don't have to do a whole lot for people to be pleasantly surprised. And you hear this, by the way, the optimism, pessimism thing is very characteristic of trade negotiators and former trade negotiators, because if you were not an optimist, you would have slit your wrists very early on as a trade negotiator. So I will just add to the list of things that could be accomplished. I would just start with transparency, monitoring, and more accountability in the trading system, and basic confidence building, and a juxtaposition of that which has to be done multilaterally or plurilaterally, and that which can be done bilaterally and regionally. And I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much, Susan. Shanker, final.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll pick up on a couple of things that panel members have already talked about. So I think, it's obvious that the multilateral system faces massive challenge at the moment. And I'll talk about some of the symptoms and then get into sort of the deeper disease. So, obviously, you've heard about the appellate body dispute problem. I think the concerns that some members have about the appellate body, if you look under the hood, as it were, of them, you start to see some common trends, usually in terms of interpretation of various WTO provisions, particularly those related to state trading enterprises, public bodies, etc. So there's a big issue around how the international trading system treats the state sector or government activity, government distortions. I think the multilateral system is being challenged, and Crawford talked about this in terms of convergent plurilateralism by plurilateral activity both within and without the WTO. So the plurilateral agenda in services, for example, in the WTO, the trilateral working group or the trilateral group, EU, US, Japan, on market distortions, which is obviously designed to deal with China, but it's not just China. I think Peter mentioned that there are lots of countries that are engaged in pretty rampant market distortions, but China obviously is a bit of a poster child for that. And I think what you're seeing here, if I can go even further back than some of my panelists have gone, whenever the WTO system or the multilateral system is in this moment of very little activity, very little progress, you do get this sort of Tokyo moment. So the Tokyo round initiated a number of plurilateral actions, including, for example, the government procurement agreement. I think we've been in that moment for some time. Susan mentioned the CPTPP, or the TPP as it was. And I think you've got to go back to 99. You've got to go back to the Seattle Ministerial and the failure to launch the, quotes, Seattle round in 99. And the perception, and that was only 4 years after the Uruguay round had been concluded. And the perception then, in 95, was, we just launched this big round, goods, serious, we've touched services, intellectual property, et cetera, now we were going to rapidly build the built-in agenda of the WTO in services. We had a telecoms agreement, a reference paper that dealt with competition, dealt with some of these new issues we're still struggling with. And the hope was that there would be reference paper type commitments in lots of sectors, financial services, many sectors. None of this happened. And of course, we had the 99 ministerial. And that's one of the reasons why ideas like TPP, the original sort of New Zealand-Singapore discussion that became the P4, all of this plurilateral stuff that starts happening when the multilateral system is perceived to be slowed down. And so I think what is going to happen is CPTPP now is a major platform agreement, and with UK accession, which could conclude, within a year, as in fact Wendy Cutler, who, was involved in the negotiation of TPP, suggested publicly at a WETA event not so long ago. That is going to make the CPTPP, a very different kind of agreement. It is going to make it the more of the platform sort of convergent plurilateral, to use Crawford's language, challenge to the WTO. Other countries will join. Countries that aren't necessarily part of that region may think about, well, why, if the UK can accede, why can't we accede? So I think you're going to see, and what is the CPTPP? It is a platform agreement based on equivalence, mutual recognition, not based on harmonization of regulation, with significant provisions in good regulatory practice, significant provisions on market distortions, on state-owned enterprises, labour and environmental dispute settlement, for example, that is quite novel and involves ensuring that countries are held to account for deviations from existing standards. So it's a different kind of agreement. And I agree with Crawford that other agreements like MCA, and in fact anything really that's negotiated now, draws on that kind of language. MCA itself, despite President Trump's renaming of the NAFTA agreement and pulling the US out of CPTPP, then took whole chapters of CPTPP and put them into the MCA. So you are going to see a similar approach. Even the UK-EU agreement is pushing the envelope in some areas, if you look at the level playing field provisions. Then you have some other challenges like AUKUS and the Atlantic Charter, and what's going to happen in terms of deepening that. AUKUS is much more than a submarine deal. I mean, I would watch closely what happens there. So I think we've had this slowdown in the WTO, and I'll conclude with, obviously, COVID does, pandemics do accelerate pre-existing global trends, and one of them is the rise in e-commerce, which has exponentially grown. Even before the pandemic, it was exponentially growing, and it's off the charts, obviously, now. What does this mean for our supply chains? So in a world where you have a number of countries that are in more liberalizing environments, where more is being done, where trade is being accelerated, you've got global supply chains competing with each other, where some of them and some parts of them are being accelerated, and other parts of them are just slowed down. What does that mean for developing countries? What does that mean for people who are outside of those liberalized environments? So those are some of the, I think, challenges. I do think we will, as we did in the 70s, start a plurilateral kind of world moment. And I hope that will spur, if anything does, the WTO, and particularly when we talk about the WTO, it's certain members of the WTO, let's be honest, we're talking about. It will spur them to realize that there is an urgency to this. Because ultimately, all of this is about business, and business will not wait.
Thank you.
And I'll just close with that.
Shanker, thank you very much. Well, that's fascinating, because from Peter we had, I think, a priority on dispute settlement. Crawford talked about convergent plurilaterals. Then I think, Susan, you were focused on monitoring and transparency, and then Shanker was on CPTPP, which I guess is linked to the idea of plurilaterals. So you each, in a sense, have a different sort of starting point in terms of tackling the challenges that we face. What I'd like to do, though, first, given that we have just come out from COP26, is talk specifically about the issue of climate change. Now, we have the EU coming out with a mechanism for introducing climate change into trade negotiations in certain specific sectors. We have actually the EU and the US announcing at the G20 that they're going to pause their steel dispute and look also at this area of how do you support trade on a sustainable basis. And then you've also got discussions around creating a coalition of trade ministers focused on climate change, which is, I think, also potentially something that will be discussed at the ministerial. So my question really is, on this specific issue of climate change, and given the scale of the adjustment that our economy is going to need to undertake and the speed with which it needs to happen, what would you do as a trade expert in the area of climate change, building on what's already happened? So Peter, maybe I could come to you first on that.
Well, the big question is who and how many and when are the countries going to be who introduce a carbon border adjustment mechanism? And that is going to be a mighty explosion tossed into the world trade system. The European Union, if Frans Timmermans is to be believed, is absolutely determined to introduce this in order to make basically not to disadvantage Europe in its own carbon pricing vis-a-vis other countries which are not keeping up and are not doing similarly. But of course, the way in which a carbon adjustment mechanism works is that you put on a tax, in a sense, a tariff, which makes what you're importing potentially more expensive, but actually the cost is carried by yourselves. I mean, it puts others at a disadvantage, but you have to pay for it. So it's in a sense, a slightly quixotic trade instrument.
But it does keep your industry on a level playing field with industries in other countries that, in principle, are not adopting the same climate measures.
It does, but if Europe is the only set of countries to do it, and I suspect Britain would do it too, by the way, if Europe did, would we feel as comfortable doing that when everyone else isn't, including possibly the United States?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, maybe, Susan, can I jump over to you? I mean, the EU has said, I think very clearly, they want this to be WTO compatible. There's a question of whether they can do it in a way. I'm not sure that is quite as top priority for the US in their discussions, but what's your view? Do you think the US will do it, and how will they do it?
I'm not sure it's that top of priority for the EU either.
Wait for it.
So, carbon border tax could actually be WTO consistent. It would be very hard to design. It would have to be neutral in its revenue generation. Like if you think you're going to pick up money to help your deficit, then you have already crossed the line in terms of meeting Article 20 of the WTO, the GATT. But it can be done, and I would argue the best way and the most certain way of getting a carbon neutral, WTO consistent carbon neutral, WTO consistent carbon border tax is to negotiate one rather than to have somebody do it unilaterally. So a plurilateral approach to that, and the conversation going on between the US, the EU, and Japan on the steel aspect of that, I think could be a promising start. But the key is that you cannot advantage your domestic industry. You just have to create a level playing field vis-a-vis trading partners. And that's the hard part. It's easy when you're doing the at-the-well tax, but when you're starting to calculate, the carbon input of a fraction of this, that, and the other, it's harder to do. And the U.S., because we don't have a value-added tax system anyway, we just have never calculated things
Where do you think the EU-US agreement announced at the G20, where's it going to go? I mean, do you think it will result in something?
It's actually interesting. It was looked at, I mean, the first thing that needs to be noticed is nobody's getting rid of tariffs, right? I mean, we're talking about tariff rate quotas here. So it's not as sweet and clean as some in the media might have portrayed it. But the question, it is a very serious question, and this is a broader issue. How do you deal with a huge non-market economy in a multilateral trading system that in 1948 was launched on the basis of an assumption about market forces? And when China joined the WTO in 2001, or when you transition from the GATT to the WTO, the presumption was continued movement in the direction of market forces, and that clearly hasn't happened. And you've had this backsliding. So this is a broader, the context is obviously much broader, but if you have a huge non-market economy that is moving away from market forces into more government intervention in the marketplace, and that economy is not moving terribly quickly in a direction consistent with climate change, where those of us who are concerned about climate change, where we would have that move, then you've got, you're going to need something that is somehow enforceable. Yep. And how do you do that? Which is why I started with transparency and accountability and monitoring.
Even more crucially in this area.
Yeah.
Crawford.
Can I just add one thing? Which is, it has always been an irony to me that when we try to get trade agreements, and here I'm talking about bilateral and regional agreements through the Congress in the United States, that our environmental movement has consistently opposed trade agreements. And the irony there is that the only enforcement of environmental agreements, and in this case, in the case of our trade agreements, 7 multilateral environmental agreements, the only actual enforcement of those trade agreements takes place on a bilateral basis through our free trade agreements. So that has never come together. The environment and trade nexus just hasn't worked.
Crawford, what's your view on this? And if you could also just pick up on the issue of the consequences for the poorest developing countries if there is a move among the advanced countries in this direction.
Well, look, I mean, I think a few remarks. I mean, one is, you asked the question, what can you do? Well, first, do no harm would be a pretty good place to start for trade agreements. But what does that mean more in practical terms? Well, look, I mean, there are tried and tested ways of trying to do these things. And the important thing, I think, politically, is approach this from a negotiating point of view, which is to try and actually reach something, which has an agreement or at least consultation to it in the first place, as opposed to simply saying, we want to do it this way. If you don't like it, too bad. Here's what you're going to cop. I mean, that's not the way to actually facilitate something which people have a stake in. So the approach is really important. It's not like, well, we're polishing our halo. If you can't quite come up to the same standard, then here's what I've got in store for you. So I think the approach is really important. Second thing, look, I mean, carbon border adjustment measures, they have to be, there's a variety of possibilities. You have to work that through. I would say two things that are important. One is proportionality, and the second thing is analytical assessment. In other words, let's not jump to the conclusion that we know that carbon leakage is X, okay? It's like, just exactly what is the risk of carbon leakage? We need to have an analytical approach to say, okay, here's actually the size of the problem before we come with a ready-made solution. Now, proportionality, I don't think, unfortunately, I'd like to believe it was the case, I don't think the WTO requires proportionality in the formal sense. If you want to apply a carbon border adjustment measure, you probably can. And you may not even be bound by proportionality in the strict letter of the law. But proportionality is there for political reasons, which is that, the only way you get buy-in is if, in fact, your measures are, in fact, proportionate, And it may well be that that this is not as draconian a prospect as some people think it is. It might be, but I think one needs to be very careful about it. Other point to make, I've heard Timmermans, at least I've heard reports of what Mr. Timmermans has said. Ironically, the WTO doesn't really say you can do these things in order to maintain competitive equality, but it says you can do these things in order to preserve your exhaustible natural resources.
That's right.
So therefore, you know, the rationale for this needs to be very clearly set out, again, politically. But all of that, I think, points to the fact that you have to go through those issues first. Now, hopefully that will lead to an outcome, but if it doesn't, well, there might actually be some genuinely tough decisions to be made about all of this. I mean, look, we have anti-dumping and countervailing duties. I'm not arguing for going down this road, but, you know, it's not unusual that the system can cope with some level of adjustment in all of this if it ultimately had to. Again,
how would you characterize the UK position on this?
Well, I think, again, let's be practical. One of the things at COP26, which the UK led, was a deforestation proposal, okay, which didn't say, we're going to close our market to you because we don't like what you're doing in deforestation, which actually worked with the countries concerned and got their buy-in to an approach which was that, you know, we will work with those countries and we will make measures to make sure that where your domestic laws are being breached, that, you know, our firms do not assist in that process. And we have positive adjustment measures for those economies to help adjust with it. Now, that's a more collegiate and involved way of doing things. It doesn't necessarily a one formula for everything, but I think it's indicative of how you go about it and how you might get buy-in. Who would have guessed before this that economies like Malaysia and Brazil would have been positive about this? So I think that there's every reason to be adopting that approach as opposed to saying, here you shall come no further.
Yeah, thank you. Shanke, if I could come to you on this, and if I could link it to the question I actually want to put to everybody is about, you know, what should one be attempting to negotiate with China at the present time? Given that is, you know, the key to progress across the whole multilateral system. So is this one of those things? But also to have your broader views on this approach.
Yeah, and I think Susan's absolutely right to link the steel issue with things like how do you resolve the climate change issue, because I think they are, we need to have a holistic solution to these types of problems as opposed to what we tend to do is just pick off particular things and have completely different approaches to each of these different things, which I don't think has much sustainability. The Europeans are going to go ahead with their CBAM, and I think at least the way I've seen it constructed, I think it's quite hard to see how it would survive WTO scrutiny, and it will be scrutinized. I mean, you know, ironically, it's probably going to be the Russians and the Chinese that bring the case, but there will be a discussion. So you might get a multi-phase approach here, where they do it, there will be a discussion. The kind of discussion Crawford was alluding to would then sort of happen in the second phase, and I think that's where one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to cobble together some sort of WTO compliant, not very forensic, not very proportionate response that is very gameable, particularly by the Chinese. You know, with their OBOR partners, you know, they could literally leak a lot of stuff, production to different countries that they effectively control, in all but name. We'll either do that, which I think would be a great lost opportunity, or I think we'll have a more holistic approach, and we'll say, look, there is no doubt that in a world where you have this huge non-market economy, it is distorting its market in significant ways that damage competition, that damage trade. We need to find a forensic mechanism to deal with that damage. It is akin to a subsidy, but it isn't really a subsidy. I mean, the subsidies agreement is designed to deal with a situation where either government give a lot of money to a particular undertaking, it's very clear, it's very specific, and you can countervail it. That's not the world with China, and indeed, it's not just China. There are other countries that do this as well. So I think a system where you look at this as a market distortion and actionable. You know, provided you can show effect on trade, effect on competition, causation, damage, that sort of thing, which is not always going to be the case, and it's not always going to be easy. But provided the affected private sector, I think one of the other things you want to do is move the work that has to happen to prove these things to the private sector that is actually damaged by these things, because they will do the work. And it will be much more akin to the way a trade remedy type system does actually work. And I think you can then also say, look, if we've got an agreement, whether it's a multilateral environmental agreement or whatever it happens to be, that all, in a WTO context, that all WTO members have agreed, so that you can comply with the TBT agreement, then if you deliberately derogate from that agreement for trade advantage, for competition advantage, that is a market distortion, and that should be actionable. And I'm not opposed to a tariff in such a case, but I do think it has to be very forensic, very targeted to the actual problem, and it does have to be proportionate, and it has to be, to Susan's points about accountability and transparency, it's got to be clear. There's got to be a way of connecting the size of the tariff that you impose and the nature and the quantum of the distortion.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way you're going to actually convince the countries or give them the reason to actually lower the level of their distortion.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I mean, Peter, can I come back to this broader question of the strategy vis-a-vis China? I mean, with border carbon adjustment mechanisms is one possible area, but there's the whole area of technology, and a whole range of different, and they're the, if you like, the long-standing issues in the WTO, subsidies, transparency, and so on. If you were in your old job today, or in the same job as Dr. Ngozi, what would be your approach in terms of identifying a strategy which would engage China, given that basically if you're talking about multilateral system, it has to be about engaging China?
China is one of the biggest trade partners, powers, biggest players, most to benefit from the rules-based international trading system. I mean, how else have they grown so big since they came into the WTO in 2001? They've taken advantage of all the rules. They've fulfilled their own original commitments in the main, not that they were perhaps as ambitious as they might have been. What they haven't done is to sort of progress along that trajectory which people imagined they would do and reach a point of convergence with market-based economies like our own. And that convergence is not going to come anytime soon. And therefore, we are talking about not convergence, as people, I think, did in a rather sort of delusional way originally, but we're talking about how we're going to coexist and how we're going to continue to bind China into a rules-based international system, which, as I said, they have every reason to want to remain in because they've done so well out of it. But what we've got to keep bringing back to China is that if you want to sort of continue to gain and benefit from this system, then you've got to be a responsible stakeholder in this system and live up to everyone else's expectations, as well as, by the way, their own interests, in strengthening, advancing that system, its rules, updating its rule book, the WTO's rule book, and make it fit for the 21st century in the way that other members of the panel have described. Now, is China likely to do that? I would say sort of on a good day, 50-50 chance that they will. I'd put more money on China doing so than I would India signing up to any revamped, modernized WTO rulebook. India will sort of run for the hills at the first whiff of reform or modernization of the WTO's rulebook. I'm not sure that China will. China needs international markets. It needs that non-discriminatory sort of core baseline provision and guarantee that the WTO gives all its members.
But if China could keep what it has now, it would. So what do you say?
How do we keep what it has?
Well, you know, the WTO approach that it signed into, where it doesn't have to, for example, be as transparent as we would ideally wish it to be, or where
Crayon,
state subsidies are possible.
Crayon, can I let you into a secret? We're all becoming a bit Chinese.
Well, I know.
I mean, I don't know when you last examined the policies of the British government here, but they are very state interventionist. They're not complete believers in pure markets. They love state intervention. They love high-spending governments and associated high tax to go with it. I mean, you could say that even the British government is becoming a little Chinese now, just as China previously has gone more market-oriented. We're sort of perhaps going to meet somewhere in the middle here.
So I mean, I
am only being slightly facetious. Slightly.
Okay.
I mean, sorry,
yeah,
I think
sure,
just to come back on, I think there is a difference in kind here. Not every state intervention, not every distortion has an effect on competition and trade. But I think the nature of the Chinese distortions across the board are systematic and are systematically done to lower the cost of their, not only state-owned enterprises, but other sort of quotes private firms as well. And that I think is different. And I also think China's not monolithic on this. I mean, if you look at 2001 to 2005, you really, maybe 2006, it was moving very much in a direction of more market orientation. China has never wanted border measures to discriminate against their trade. It's always, and that has stayed the same. The difference is that they don't want, dealing with behind-the-border trade barriers or market distortions from a Chinese perspective, I think, is just simply a bridge too far. I mean, this is simply an invasion of their national sovereignty, and they just won't allow it. And the problem is that the world has moved, when the tariffs have come down, into a world where what you do inside your market does have an effect on trade and competition, and you can't get away from it. And I think that period after the financial crisis, which was disastrous for advocacy of free markets and all of this in that context, was a period when they very much refocused.
But Shanker, you're defining the problem. You're not offering a solution.
Well, I think I did offer a solution. I think we have to get to grips with what I would call anti-competitive market distortions and develop some, in a negotiated way, to Crawford's point, not in a we're just going to do this way, but and that negotiation might occur plurilaterally. I mean, that negotiation might occur amongst a group of like-minded countries. I mean, it's not going to happen in the WTO, at least not yet. And a mechanism to deal with those distortions that is compliant with at least the spirit of the rules.
Yeah.
I think that is the way to go. I don't see any other way that we can go. Really.
Okay. I'll come to Susan in just a sec, but I just want to ask your view particularly about the negotiation with China, but particularly in the area of technology. Is that an area in which you see the potential for an all-encompassing agreement that would include China? Or do you think that is an area where basically it's around the G7 and like-minded countries and, that's where we should focus our effort?
Well, look, I mean, I'd never be against trying, and I think you need to have your forms of dialogue, and you need to, try and put some pressure on and see if you can get some movement in those areas. I mean, and that doesn't have to be in a massive trade negotiation of any shape or form. I mean, you have to argue your corner with the Chinese, and you may succeed or you may fail. And it is possible to make some improvements in some areas from time to time, and there's no reason why you shouldn't try and do that. We as a government do it. Sometimes we have some successes. But for the big ticket items, I mean, I really do think that what's a little bit understated in all of this is what I call the positive incentive approach. Now, it's difficult to generate a positive incentive approach when you don't have that much leverage, but if you can actually promote a consensual approach among like-minded economies, I think you can have some leverage. And you're not going to tell me that China is so utterly monolithic that the present governing regime's position is going to last forever and a day. Like in any political environment, you can put pressure on, and there are differing views. I mean, I think the Chinese statement that they want to join CPTPP, for instance, was perhaps mischievous to a certain degree. But on the other hand, it is an indication, just a little bit of an indication, like a sort of a twitch that you occasionally get from somebody, that they do feel a little bit of pressure in that regard. And the answer is that economies like our own, working with others, can put pressure on China if, in fact, a number of economies in the region are going to go for a model which is different from the Chinese model and attracts support. I think that puts pressure. I'm not naive about it. I mean, sometimes you have to have a big stick as well. Of course, that has to be the case. And there are some aspects where you have to also be very careful. We have interests that, perhaps one should not be so naive as to think that there's just going to be free trade with China. So you have to have certain areas that you reserve and you say, well, look, you're not like-minded with us. Your intentions are not necessarily purely commercial. We weren't born yesterday.
Thank you.
So I think, but the IP, intellectual property and technology are areas where my short version is get rules that are plurilaterally strong and put pressure on some inside China who say, look, this is in our interest as well.
Thank you. Susan, your view on this, and both your view, but also to the extent you can characterize the current US administration, their approach on this as well would be really helpful to hear that.
I think the current administration's approach is evolving. I would agree with Shankar in terms of the need to be proactive, but in a way, China's not going to change its policies because we don't like China's policies. China is going to do what the Chinese government believes, the Chinese Communist Party believes is in their best interest. And they did that leading up to 2001 when they joined the WTO. And I agree that starting in 2005, 2006, they started backsliding. And 2005, 2006 was when they had completed accession to the WTO. And then they started backsliding in part because the leadership that had brought them into the WTO, that had advocated market-oriented principles, were overtaken by other forces in the government who didn't believe in market-oriented activities, who believed in the commanding heights and government intervention. And for those of us who have spent a lot of time in China or negotiating with the Chinese, a lot of the colleagues we negotiated at that time with, they have disappeared. And therefore, there is an overwhelming stance at this point that is interventionist, that is economic nationalist. So it comes down to China will take whatever position the Chinese Communist Party believes is in their economic interest. And I believe going back to the question of plurilaterals, whether it's technology-based, the digital trade provision of CPTPP or MCA, there is no way the Chinese would ever sign up to that. Ever, ever, ever. However, in terms of other plurilateral agreements, the question becomes, are those going to be MFN-based or not? Because the Tokyo Round deal, for example, on government procurement, is not based on MFN principles, right? Most favored nation principles. You sign up, you get the benefits. You don't sign up, you don't get the benefits. There are no free riders. Right. Whereas most of the other plurilaterals that have been negotiated since then, you don't sign up, you get the benefits. And so the big question,
different design,
when it comes to China and China's motivations, if you don't sign up, you don't get the benefits. That is ultimately, I think, going to make the difference. Yeah. And the US administration's position is a whole lot like the last administration's position.
In this area?
Yeah, in terms of China.
Right, okay.
They're just more polite about it.
Thank you. Well, we're almost out of time, but I don't want to end on that note. I want to end with another question.
Sorry.
Which we heard the Secretary of State earlier talking about the UK's desire to influence the multilateral trading system and to use its changed position to achieve that. So very quick responses, 10 seconds, maximum 30 seconds, from each of you, and I'll come to Crawford right at the end. you know, where should the UK focus its effort, and, you know, how much ambition should it have in that area? So if I could go to you, Shankar, first of all.
Well, I think the UK is in a bit of a unique position in the sense that it's one of the few, maybe the only country that's sort of simultaneously negotiating with the key players. So it's the only, I mean, obviously the Biden administration is not interested in really much of anything in the trade policy realm at the moment. But, you know, the idea of, if there is going to be a comprehensive trade agreement, you know, it's with somebody, it's likely to be with the UK, because there is...
So basically CPTPP.
Well, I think it's engage in the plurilateral convergence that Crawford talks about, and actually not just engage in it, but drive it, because nobody else is driving it, and there is a lack of leadership, and maybe that's the role that they should play.
Good, thank you. Peter.
Well, if you're talking about where our trade policy should focus on geographically, I would say, given that at the moment, in trade agreement terms at least, the United States is shut out from us, given that we don't want to go anywhere near Europe and its vast market anytime soon, that leaves Asia Pacific. But let's not have any illusions about Asia Pacific. There are, you know, large economies and many smaller ones. There are some which are, you know, more pro-trade than others. Quite a lot.
Some of them.
Quite a lot are not. I mean, the idea. I mean, I love Anne-Marie's enthusiasm, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall with her, and I'd like to be a sort of. I sort of volunteer myself as a member of her negotiating team that flies off to Delhi. And opens the talks with India. And we will all grow very, very, very old indeed.
Thank you very much.
So do not hold your breath there. But I admire her enthusiasm. She's absolutely right to focus on the revamped TPP, the CPTPP. I mean, just bear in mind, however, that we do already have bilateral agreements with Japan, South Korea, Canada, and other members of TPP. So we don't want to be ending up paying twice, thank you very much. First of all, for the bilateral trade agreements, and then for the privilege of entering this plurilateral. But I think she's right in doing so, not least because what she is doing, what the government is doing, I think, and I applaud it, is bringing out, trying to extract from these negotiations opportunities to focus and advance the cause of data and digital trade and services, etc., to modernize the trade policy handbook. So I think that's right, and I wish them you know, all success.
Yeah, thank you. Susan, do you agree with Peter on the US in particular, that shouldn't be the top?
Well, I agree with Peter about Secretary of State Trevelyan's objectives, her enthusiasm. I think she and the UK could make have a very significant impact at the WTO, including at MC12. A fresh outlook. I think the UK is in a unique position given the negotiations going on bilaterally. I also think Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, we haven't talked about her, but a new face, fresh outlook, pardon my French, kick ass and take names kind of person who's dealing in substance rather than in negotiating about negotiations. So that is a positive. I think the U.S. has a good team on the field. Our new WTO, our new USTR, our new WTO ambassador is going to be terrific. So there's a lot of potential, and there are things that you could only do multilaterally. Yeah. So some of the items that the services, the technology, digital in particular, the services side may be one of the things that can come out of MC12. So yes, I would be upbeat about the role the UK can play, and the US could play maybe a little further down the road.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that's a positive note. Crawford.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, obviously, as was stated, I mean, the Indo-Pacific, to take a broader sense of it, is where the growth area is. I mean, of course the UK needs to do more to hook into that massive growth area. I mean, 2/3 of the middle-class population of the world is going to be in that region. So, you know, we have done less than we should have there. We need to do an enormous amount more. CPTPP is a strategic way to make an innovation there, and pursuing bilateral agreements. And yeah, we're pretty well practiced in not getting our pocket picked twice, but we do have to keep good guard on our valuables to make sure that doesn't happen, but so far so good. That region is absolutely central. It's not an abandonment of Europe. I mean, there was a decision in the United Kingdom to leave the European Union, which the government has delivered. But we've still got a free trade agreement with Europe. People in my department spend probably more time with business in their relationships with Europe than they do with any other part of the world, in fact, in terms of the day-to-day business selling. So all of that has to continue on. And they will do.
Warm news.
And you know, in the rest of the world, we have ambitions in Latin America. But again, I think the particularity of the UK in this comes through. Because we've left the EU, our position on agriculture is now a liberal position on agriculture. Okay. That's unique in the.
It was always in there trying to get out.
We have a. This is a huge difference.
Don't underestimate that, because that's what holds the EU back.
So therefore, we're not just an industrial subsidy liberalizer. We are now an agricultural.
Big alarm bells here.
Okay.
Big alarm bells.
We are now able to articulate the priority of services.
You want to see the end of food security and self-reliance and self-sufficiency and farm goods and food in Britain.
No. I think the
end of the British farmer is nigh. That's what you're saying.
So I mean, we're talking about the kind of measured approach that one would take to liberalisation, as opposed to be hiding behind the fence and saying you're never going to
spoken like a true Australasian.
These are all issues where, in the Geneva context, this country has increased credibility if, in fact, there's a market for it, the UK, with its rule of law and its approach to private property rights protection in areas like intellectual property, for instance, is another one, where we can have an across-the-board leadership role. So the market's there. I mean, you know, whether we do it through plurilateral, multilateral, or bilateral, it's essentially now an area where we have an autonomy to do it.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. You know, we could go on for another half an hour, I think, just on agriculture. But I'd like to thank you all for listening, but also if you could join me in thanking our panelists for some really good discussion. Thank you. And I think there's now a short coffee break, is that right? Or Robert will.
Yes, indeed. This panel has overrun, which is quite good because you're all just getting quite fighty. So if we'll push back the coffee break till 2:45, 10 to. I'll come back on stage and summon you back. So thank you all very much. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, if you could start to make your way back to your seats. Don't worry, there'll be another coffee break along after the next panel. So your final warning, please, if everyone could make their way back to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We're delighted to launch our second panel on a world of trading opportunities, CPTPP and beyond. And with that, I'll introduce our panel.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the second panel that we're having. My name is Tom Strathclyde, and I'm going to be chairing this particular group of people. Now, I expect that some of you are wondering what is the CPTPP, or maybe you are already great experts on it, but we have aligned today a group of people who really do know a great deal about it, a great deal about this subject, and are prepared to share it with us. I'm going to ask them to come up in this order, or to speak in this order from their seats. First of all, the Honourable George Brandis, who is the High Commissioner for the UK from Australia. Secondly, we have Philip Bouverat. Philip Bouverat comes from JCB and does everything that is international for that body. And he brings a level of private sector expertise and knowledge to our deliberations today. Next to him is Stephanie Beck, the Deputy High Commissioner, the Canadian Deputy High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. And then finally, we have a Member of Parliament, Anthony Mangnall, who is the MP for Totnes. More important than that, even, he's on the Trade Select Committee, and I'm delighted to say that Anthony is co-authoring with the CPS a pamphlet about the CPTPP. So we have real expertise on this panel. I very much hope that they will be able to explain a little bit more about the ins and outs of the negotiations that will no doubt take place and the benefits that will accrue not just to the United Kingdom but to all signatories of the deal. Thank you very much indeed for coming along. George Brandis.
Well, thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In case there is anybody in the room who doesn't know what CPTPP stands for, it's the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which, whatever its other virtues, makes it the most adjectively incontinent trade deal in the world. It didn't begin as the CPTPP, it began as the simple TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was originally of 12 nations, and then President Trump decided to withdraw the United States from consideration, with, by the way, importantly, the possibility of subsequently rejoining. After discussions, particularly between New Zealand and Australia and Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan, it was decided that the 11 continuing nations would persevere with a Trans-Pacific Partnership. During the course of that process, it acquired its 2 additional adjectives, so it was decided to call it comprehensive and progressive. I'm not sure why, though I'm sure it will be. The CPTPP was affirmed. The United Kingdom indicated last year its firm desire to accede to the CPTPP, and the CPTPP Commission decided on the 2nd of June this year formally to commence accession negotiations with the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom being the only non-Pacific nation thus far to have reached that stage of accession negotiations. Australia supports the United Kingdom's accession to the CPTPP. We welcome more broadly, since Brexit, the United Kingdom's emergence on the global stage as an independent voice for free trade, and we encourage British membership of the CPT as of other multilateral trade agreements. We also, of course, welcome the United Kingdom's independent voice in the WTO as a voice to prosecute the case for global trade. Now, the CPTPP at the moment comprises nations which together constitute 16% of global GDP, about £9 trillion in aggregate GDP among the 11 member states, with the accession of the United Kingdom in round figures that will make it about 19% of global GDP, about £11 trillion. You've had from Anne-Marie Trevelyan and from Crawford Faulkner and others in the previous panel expressed in various ways the fundamental proposition that we all well know, and that is the region broadly defined as the Asia-Pacific, or the Indo-Pacific, which, by the way, is not coextensive with the coverage of the CPTPP, but nevertheless is an overlapping and broadly hemispherically congruent area, is where the future of world economic growth, the expansion of the global population, the rise of the middle class will be for the rest of the century and as far as the eye can see. As Britain emerged from the EU and embraced as an inevitable corollary, as it seems to me, of Brexit, the notion of re-emerging as a global force, not merely a European and transatlantic nation, but a nation which defined its interests as being global interests. The most obvious and indeed inevitable part of the world for Britain to interest itself in was the Indo-Pacific. Now, leave the Indo side. I know note what Peter Mandelson had to say in relation to the Indian side of the equation, or the Indian Ocean side of the equation. We're just focusing on the Pacific, and particularly the East Asian perimeter of the Pacific. Plainly, that is a region rich with opportunities, in which there is an eagerness to expand trade. And at a time when there are so many influences in global politics which are either reluctant about, hesitant towards, or resistant to the expansion of the free trade agenda, you will find that sentiment less evident in East Asia, in the western perimeter in particular of the Pacific Ocean, than you will find it elsewhere in the world. Australia, and I see my friend Bede Corrie, the New Zealand High Commissioner, there in the middle of the room, and I'm sure the same would apply to New Zealand as well. Australia is a nation which for more than 30 years now, under governments of both sides of politics, has prospered from free trade. And I must say, as Australia's diplomatic representative in the United Kingdom, what greatly surprised me was the fact that the case for free trade has to be made so vigorously in the United Kingdom. When I went to my first NFU conference in 2018, I thought I was in the 1840s, and we were arguing about the Corn Laws and whether the repeal of the Corn Laws was such a good idea. And every now and again, including very, very recently, we hear echoes of the argument, well, you know, we need to keep the price of food dear because that's good for the farmers. Well, you know, that's a 19th century argument. Australia has become one of the most prosperous nations in the world because, not merely because we have abundant resources, but because we have taken advantage of the opportunities that free trade offers. You won't find an argument in Australia today against free trade, except in some obscure economics faculty at a second-tier university or from some dinosaur trade unionists. The public is sold on the benefits of free trade from their own lived experience. And to my Australian ears, it is such a delight to me to hear the argument, to hear the case being made by people like Anthony Mangnall, from whom we'll hear in a moment, and so many others in Boris Johnson's government, and to hear Anne-Marie Trevelyan's enthusiasm in her keynote speech this morning. Let me, Tom, finish on this point. In her first major speech as Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, fresh from the experience of having been International Trade Secretary at the Tory conference, made the point that Britain's strategic global interests and her trading interests are effectively two sides of the same coin. Global Britain isn't just about trade. It's about the definition of strategic and security interests. It's about diplomacy. It's about development. It's about the disposition of forces. It's about many things. But all of those things are increasingly and inevitably linked. And the reintroduction of the United Kingdom into Australia's region of the world, into the Eastern Hemisphere, for all of those reasons, but germane particularly to today's discussion, for commercial reasons, is very welcome news to Australia's ears. We strongly support the endeavours of your government in doing so, and we are very confident from our own lived experience as a free trading nation for decades now that it will redound to the benefit of your people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Philip Bouverat.
Thank you, Lord Strathclyde. I'm going to take a slightly different approach. We've just had a very well-ranging technical discussion on CPTPP. I just want to be a bit more practical about it from the history of our company. And for those of you who thought you were going to hear from the Japanese Credit Bank, that's not me. We make yellow diggers, and we sell them around the world from 24 factories, 12 of which are outside Europe. The other 12 are in the UK. So we've got a bit of experience. I remember sort of standing in front of a map of the world, sort of hands on hips staring at things, because you're always looking at where can we sell next. And I used to think of the Pacific Rim as a very rich area to go for. We always knew that, certainly on the western side, the Southeast Asian countries of Thailand, Malaysia, particularly Indonesia, were potential rich pickings for a company like ours. And as we sort of embarked on our journey, probably 25 years ago, to have a target of 10% world market share, which we actually reached momentarily before the Chinese started making a lot more, and we're back to about 9%. But we know that around the world, on an aggregate basis, if there's a hole being dug, there's a 10% chance we're digging it. So this all started from the UK, and it really was in the days where there was a lot of protectionism all around the world. So it won't surprise you to know that our first factories were in India, followed by Brazil, and then a small factory which we put in China for some other reasons. But we were always fighting against what were protectionist countries. So we wound up with this spread of factories: India, China, Brazil. I'm not going to say the United States was protectionist, but we did have to put one there, mainly to supply the US military. But throughout this process, we were always looking for an easy window to get through, or something we had to jump in and change something to actually make it work. And it was normally technology transfer, which gave us the right to import other things or other technologies into those factories free of import duty. So to us, a free trade agreement is fantastic. The CPTPP gives us tremendous opportunities, not only trading between those partners, but all over the world. To give you an idea, we've been in India for probably 30 years now, possibly 35, if you consider importing complete product, but manufacturing sort of in anger for 30 years. And in that time, we've produced up to 94% indigenous supply, taking some people with us, doing a bit of it on our own, and generally speaking, trying to make sure that those key quality components that still come from those fantastic manufacturers in Japan, and latterly a bit more in China, we can still get them into our supply chain. Now, we can talk about supply chain a bit later, but I see that there's a tremendous benefit to CPTPP coming online as fast as possible. We will get lower import duties, collectively and bilaterally. We will, as a manufacturer, be able to stave off some of the rampant inflation that we have in our global supply chains. And these deals will actually give us just better access and less documentation. And of course, those little 5 or 10% of import duties really do stack up. So from my point of view, life after CPTPP will improve. It'll improve our efficiencies globally. It'll improve our supply chain costs, I hope. And I'd like to just sort of have a more practical view on everything we're talking about today. What does it do for us? The answer is we can expand more, we can employ more people, we can make more revenue for our shareholders and the Treasury here in the UK, which is still our headquarters. We haven't moved offshore. We're here.
Thank you very much. Stephanie, please, if you would like to speak now, the Deputy High Commissioner to the UK of Canada. Thank you very much, Stephanie Beck.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go a little broader than some of this, what we've been talking about. And really, it's because of where we are now in time, right? As we're coming out, we hope, of the pandemic, or learning to live with something that's endemic and that will be with us forever in one form or another. I think every government around the world is looking to create a new trading environment that enables us to build back not only better, but greener, more resilient. In Canada's case, our focus is also on ensuring that our most vulnerable communities who are hardest hit by COVID benefit from this resurgence of growth that we're seeing now in many economies around the world. Open, free, and fair international trade is central to this and is central to jobs and prosperity and growth that works for everybody. Here in the UK, you refer to it as leveling up. In Canada, we have a similar kind of process looking to ensure that people all across the country, from the Arctic down to our border with the US, reap the benefits. So to do this, we're following several different priorities, but in particular, global rules-based multilateralism, of course, so reforming the WTO. In fact, one of the first things the UK did when it was able to, post-Brexit, was join the Ottawa group that is focused with a group of like-minded countries on reforming the WTO with an improved and fully functioning dispute settlement mechanism. Of course, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, and I'm not going to try and say it in French today, mais si vous voulez, peut-être une autre fois. And we're really pleased that the UK is the first accession candidate, and we're working through that process with the other members currently of the CPTPP. But just on that, and I'm sorry to say we are free trade proponents as well, because he wanted a little more argument than that, but we could make stuff up later if necessary. But Canada has long had a policy of basically having a free trade agreement with every possible region around the planet, and we are one of the G7 countries that do that in a very deliberate manner. And this is exactly for the same reason my colleague from the Australian High Commission, George Brandis, said, we have a small market at home, but we have a lot of things to sell. And this is how we know we are going to make our own country more prosperous. Just as in brackets there, the pandemic did cause a lot of people to look internally at home too, and I know this happened in the United Kingdom, and there was a bit of, well, maybe we should keep our food, or maybe we should figure out a way of ensuring we have components of all the pharmaceuticals that we need grown here at home too, and maybe free trade just means we're giving it to somebody else. So that's another aspect that we could look into in more detail going forward. But With the UK, we work very closely on a range of multilateral issues. Of course, we were here through all the G7 meetings. Our trade minister, the Honourable Mary Ng, was here most recently for the third of the trade ministers that happened. You will have seen that, because I'm sure you all read, the final communique that came out of that meeting, and again, a shared commitment to the reform of the World Trade Organization. And our own G7 principles, there was reference to it earlier on digital trade and the practical steps that we're taking to eliminate forced labor in supply chains. I guess that's the other thing. We see free trade agreements as a way of dealing with all kinds of other social challenges that are impediments to prosperity. So I think free trade agreements in general have evolved from decades ago when they were really about tariff barrier elimination and maybe food labeling issues, and now they go much farther than that to touch on environmental and climate change issues. And I think that's where we can see the potential going forward. Specifically on CPTPP, so it was designed that other countries can and should exceed, and it's great that the UK is the first one. It's actually really important that we do it well. UK and CPTPP negotiators have been meeting day and night since the original announcement, and I know it's been arduous, but it is critical that the UK demonstrate integrity in the accession process, because they are setting the bar, right? This is a precedent, and we all know that China and Taiwan have both indicated an interest in joining. So what we do with the UK will be leading the path for those other countries who wish to join going further. And any watering down of the agreement would be to the detriment of all of the countries and the economies that are already in there, and frankly, any future ones. On free trade agreements more generally, as I have said, something Canada pursues deliberately, almost religiously, something extremely important to our governments, and I would say governments of all kinds. In fact, just last week, we agreed with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations that we would be pursuing free trade agreements with them. The specific one with the United Kingdom, we're already in exploratory discussions, of course, but consulting domestically, as has the UK been doing here. And our negotiators are starting to meet in the initial discussions, and we expect to launch the full formal negotiations early in the new year, which would be about a year after our trade continuity agreement came into play. That's the one we put into place post-Brexit, after our Canada-Europe free trade agreement, and before this one comes into play. We're expecting this new one with the UK to be extremely ambitious. It would be in line with what the UK government has been talking about, and certainly what our priorities are going forward. Inclusive, attentive to the needs of the outcomes, for instance, of the recent climate change negotiations at COP, and going forward, especially, as I mentioned, trying to address the issues raised by the most vulnerable. Canada has included discussions with businesses owned by women, youth, immigrants, and others who are generally unrepresented in these kinds of consultations, so that going in, we have the information we need for the negotiations, so that the document is representative of what we're going to need. It's not in 5 years, in 10 years, it's going forward for the next 20, 30 years. We need to be planning ahead. So we have dedicated chapters in our free trade agreements for gender, for small and medium-sized enterprises, for Indigenous peoples. These, of course, differ depending on which region or which countries we're dealing with, but we know these are issues on which we are very like-minded with the United Kingdom. We set up dedicated mechanisms to deal with these, and committees, so that we have a structure in place that we don't forget about what we have promised once the deal is already in place. So all this to say, we have great potential going forward, and we know that it pays off, because we've seen the difference in our bilateral trading numbers and significant percentages, which inevitably mean good things for businesses on both sides of the Atlantic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And last but not least, of course, Anthony Mangnall, who is a Member of Parliament.
Thank you very much. I feel like the junior on this panel, and I'm standing on the shoulders of giants who have got great expertise and interest in this area, and I can assure you that if I lose my place, I won't start referring to Peppa Pig World. However, it seems sort of remarkably prescient that 33 years after Margaret Thatcher's speech in Bruges about the value of an open Europe that was dedicated and driven towards signing free trade agreements, the UK now has an opportunity to do so. And what we are doing is, as was said in 2019 when Liam Fox was here, which is what trade is about. It's about spreading prosperity. It's about that underpinning social cohesion. It's about that underpinning political stability and that having a role in our security and our defense. And we heard from the Secretary of State earlier today about global Britain. It's the phrase that we all repeat time after time after time, but we never draw down into the very specifics of what it is and what it means to this country and what it should be in reflection of our trade deals, but also our defense agreements, our diplomatic relationships, and our international development. And that's what it is. It's those four pillars. And whether it's AUKUS, which is a hugely successful agreement that is going to draw a huge amount of jobs and opportunities from it, but an important reflection of the divided world that we now sit in. It's much more divided than we know, than we've seen in the last sort of 20 to 30 years. And those four pillars have to be reassessed, reignited, and rejuvenated. And so with a comprehensive, progressive, trans-Pacific partnership, and if you can say it after a drink, you're doing very well, by the way, it is an opportunity for the United Kingdom not only to join the fastest growing trading region in the world, to be a massive part in those agreements with those countries, but also to update and modernize, as we've heard from previous speakers, around the WTO. We know that the WTO has been slow, and by the way, this isn't a new argument. This is an argument that was being made 3-4 years ago. And so the issues around, say, digital trade or IP or GDPR are still having an impact on the agreements that we're trying to sign. And so I go slightly to what Crawford said, which is that we are creating these new plurilateral systems that will hopefully, possibly, converge in future years to create an opportunity to push the international rules that we sign when it comes to trade. It's a massive opportunity for us, and I think the UK is, as ever, and I might just say, the CPS has done some extraordinary work on this, but Robert's article yesterday in the papers that it's not all bad in the UK is a good reflection of the fact that we talk down many things in this country. The fact that we've struck 70 trade deals already is remarkable, but the fact that we are already striking a trade agreement, a new, completely new trade agreement with Japan, is remarkable. And the fact that it includes new benchmark policies on digital trade is something that is undoubtedly going to be included in CPTPP. So the opportunity that we're going on here is that actually we're doing quite well on this. And what we're trying to do with Singapore through the Digital Partnership Agreement, what we are doing at the moment with Australia and New Zealand offers huge opportunity for us to be able to do more in this sphere, but also to modernize the WTO, to push it along in a way that is absolutely essential for the future of trade, and that with the hope that it will join up with other organizations. I've just written a report with the Centre for Policy Studies on CPTPP, and its angle, of course, is looking at the economic benefits, the trade benefits, but also the geopolitical angle, and whether we are meant to be containing, competing, or challenging China. This is the opportunity for us to push China, to actually try and draw it in, to upgrade its standards. And for anyone that doesn't believe that it can be done, I use the smaller example of what Michael Froman said, a US trade representative, US trade ambassador, I beg your pardon, who talked about how CPTPP was helpful in drawing up Vietnam standards to get it into the membership of this organization. There's a huge potential for us actually to lead where there is very little leadership at the moment. So we've got these opportunities. We have this chance to refresh and rejuvenate the international rules. And the third point I just want to make in this area is the export potential. We spend a great deal of time talking about the impact of imports on the UK, and the High Commissioner made the point about farming. We spend a great deal talking about that, but not about the potential that our farmers have to export to Australian, New Zealand, Asian markets, where there is huge demand for the high-quality produce that we produce in this country. Of course, we can talk about farming, and we do spend a great deal of time talking about farming, but it's also about the services. We are predominantly a service-based economy. We have to push this further, and the opportunity in the Indo-Pacific is fantastic, but again, does not get much attention. And the last thing I just want to touch on before we go into the questions is COVID has shown the fragility of the global supply chain, and arguably, if you go to any port in the world, you're still seeing that supply chain try and kick back into action. That fragility has scared a lot of people. Opportunities, whether it's CPTPP, whether it's bilateral agreements, whether it's new plurilateral organizations, offer the chance to be able to, and sorry to steal the phrase, but to turbocharge global trade again, to actually reignite it and ensure that actually we've got securer, more diverse supply chains that don't point us just in one direction or to one country, but give us more chance and more variance. And I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for that explanation. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, you just had a magnificent primer on FPTPP, what it means. But I suppose one of the good things is that they're all in agreement. They all have tremendous enthusiasm. You heard Anne-Marie Trevelyan earlier on talking about her dreams and wishes, but yet I think there are problems in all of this, and we ought to try and tease them out. First of all, on free trade itself. Are we sure that we've really won this argument about free trade? Aren't we really back in the 1840s talking about the Corn Laws, the modern equivalent of the Corn Laws? Are we sure that out there that people aren't attacking globalization, that we haven't seen a huge increase in tax, the state is back, choice is down, and behind that comes protectionism globally, and isn't going to be a huge problem for treaties like this and finding the way to go ahead. And let me mention that the closing minutes of the last session, we talked about agriculture. Last time I was here with the CPS, 2 years ago, we had the US ambassador who felt he had to devote a large part of his speech talking about chlorinated chicken. Now, that was then, this is now. Now, Australia and Canada in particular. What are the equivalents? What have we got to beware of? What do we need? What are the intellectual high ground that we need to win in order to convince people that these sort of free trade agreements are the right way, not just for ourselves, but for all the people who are signatories to it, and making sure that we win that argument?
First of all, the first point I'd make, Tom, is that I think the resistance let's take the discussion about the Australia Free Trade Agreement, which will no doubt spill over into discussion of the CPTPP because there are similar equities. I think it's very narrow. My sense of, and I've engaged, as Anthony knows, with a lot of members of the government, both the front bench and the back bench, is there are very few who are, and indeed the opposition as well, who are resistant or reluctant. But understandably, there are sectoral interests, particularly in the agricultural sector, which need to be consulted. So the first point is that I think the support, certainly across the government and more broadly I think in the Parliament, for the free trade agreement with Australia, undoubtedly, and the awareness that the opportunities in the Indo-Pacific and the opportunities presented by the CPTPP and the Pacific Rim nations are not to be lost or squandered, that is where the argument is at. Notwithstanding that that not everybody is on board, I think that's where overwhelmingly people are. Secondly, of course, there will be sectoral sensitivities. And so, for example, in the Australian FTA, there is an agreement in principle that will protect by a very, very long transition period certain vulnerable sectors of the agricultural economy, particularly beef and sheep. But I do not, apart from those sectoral sensitivities, detect ideological or deep-seated resistance to the notion of free trade. I think it's something that Britain is becoming reacquainted with as a result, because for half a century you didn't have a trade policy. For half a century you didn't see yourself as an autonomous actor, an autonomous global actor when it came to trade policy. So of course it requires a recalibration and an adjustment of thinking. And the argument isn't completely won, but I think the argument is going in the right direction. And ultimately, the argument will be won by the results that are manifest from free trade. I mean, how can you turn your eyes as an exporting nation from the most rapidly growing markets in the world? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So, you know, where perhaps some of the politicians may be reluctant, not many of them, ultimately trade makes the case for itself because it lifts the prosperity of all sooner or later.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Anthony, you are in Parliament. You are confronted with these arguments against your political opponents for whatever reason on practically every day. You also represent a rural constituency, long way from London. So how are you explaining it locally to make sure that you get the support? And do you accept that what George said was right? We are winning the argument, but we haven't won it yet. There is still a long way to go.
Yes, so I've got a very rural constituency and also the most valuable fishing port in England, where most of its crab and lobster ends up heading to China. So, you know, we're quite well versed in international trade and where it's going. We haven't won the argument on free trade for precisely the reason that George just mentioned, that we haven't been having it for 40 years. And now that we're getting back into it and we're getting back into the swing of it, we're trying to have to go out there as members of Parliament to actually make the case. And of course, the problem is that free trade is quite dry. It's not many, it's only on sort of fortunate occasions do I get to sit on a panel like this and discuss one of my passions being free trade. But it's so complicated and so technical that actually you can lose people along the way as you try to describe it. And case in point is hormone-injected beef and chlorinated chicken. We can dispel this rumour. It's never going to come to the UK. For it to do so, there would have to be a vote in Parliament to change our sanitary and phytosanitary standards. So unless that happens, which, by the way, it won't, and there will be a rebellion of the likes of which the Prime Minister has never, ever seen yet, it just won't happen. So we have to be better at making the arguments around trade, and it goes back to what I said in my opening remarks. We have to talk about the export potential. Our producers can produce for Australian, New Zealand, Singapore, Japanese markets, and we can push them in that direction because it is a sought-after product. The one other thing I might just add to this very briefly, which is that there is also the importance of improving our own local procurement system, and that's what we've done over COVID. We've seen where farm shops, where supermarkets have taken more of a hand in their own local community through localism, buying locally, supporting that producer in any instance, and it's worked incredibly well.
All right. Now, Philip, your appeal at the beginning was for a more practical view of how this works in practice. Now, is what you've just heard from Anthony and from George, does that make you think that there is a practicality involved in here? Are you concerned that we all talk about free trade, but we don't really mean it, and there are all sorts of non-tariff barriers which are going to make it more difficult, not just for JCBs, but for industry, goods and services in general, to be able to take advantage of what these kind of agreements can give?
Yes, we're doing a lot of talking about it to answer that bit of the question. I'll refer to goods rather than services, because when you start delving into services, it gets very, very complicated, and different nations have very different views. But as far as goods are concerned, we believe that the more you manufacture and the more you have these agreements and actually explain these agreements, that the economic benefits to us as an exporter or manufacturing in country will just improve as time goes on. But you have to put the work in, you have to put the investment in. Yeah. And I've got a couple of examples. India, as you know, Tom, is a large manufacturing area for us. It's taken a long, long time to get really get an indigenous supply chain, probably about 25 years. But you heard Lord Mandelson on the previous panel say, good luck to the Secretary of State going to Delhi in January. She's going to grow old, or I'm going to grow old if I went with her. I think that's exactly what he said. I tend to agree with him entirely. Some difficult negotiations coming. And coming back to, is it going to happen quickly? No. Are we getting into this now? Yes. Are all the words right? Yes. But the practicality is it has to actually be reflected in the balance sheets of the businesses, whether service or goods.
and the revenue it gives back to our Treasury to actually help us out of the crisis that we've got ourselves into. You know, it's going to take a long time for supply chains to recover. It's going to take a long time for our own, if you like, the box of money that's got interest racking up in it to be even paid back or addressed. So I think that we're talking a number of years, but we're talking, and as much as we can do as quick as we can after talking, the better. You know, just stop talking, get on with it.
Thank you. Stephanie, are Canadian people looking forward to this huge influx of British food, which Anthony has promised us is coming from Totnes and elsewhere? I mean, what's in it for you? What's in it for Canada? When you look at these agreements, and you said how important free trade agreements were to Canada, and by the way, I agree with every aspect of that. But what is Canada hoping to benefit from the FTP, FPT, PP when Britain joins, and how the negotiation continues?
So maybe if I start with what's good for Canada just in global terms of market access, but specifically on farmers and agriculture, Canadian farmers tend to ship their goods to the US, right? It's fast, it's easy, they speak the same language, the labeling is fine. So as soon as you go across an ocean, and I think this is part of the issue with businesses wondering about what they're going to do next, and it gets more complicated, we have to think, we as a government, I mean, have to think of other ways to facilitate that. And as part of the negotiations, of course, we ask them what they think. We do surveys on, are you even using these existing free trade agreements? Are they working for you? Very eye-opening kinds of conversations, I might say, where many come back and say, way too many forms, couldn't understand what you're asking us to do, why would we bother? And I don't know if it's true of UK companies, but maybe from the kinds of things you're saying, there's a level of ambition too amongst Canadian exporters. Like, they're happy with their X number of millions of dollars a year. And if they can get that just by sending their goods south, why would they go any farther than that? So we have to show them why it is of value, and similarly, the UK will have to do the same. Why would you go to that extra effort? So what does it mean for your company if you can actually ship more diggers or to a different destination? So of course, diversifying is a fantastic thing, as we have seen from supply chain issues and pandemic bottlenecks over the last couple of years. But also, if you're thinking of global learning, and maybe we can do this a little differently because we're in Japan, or because we're in Malaysia, or because we have Canadian wheat coming into the UK and we need to process it in a different manner. It's that global increase of knowledge and transfer of technology. So we're not just buying a widget, we're buying the thought behind it, the process behind it, and that makes it all far more valuable. It also means that ultimately companies can learn from one another and start delivering their good, or indeed their service, in a more efficient manner, which is what you were mentioning earlier, Philip. And that really, if what it means in the end is free trade agreements are actually raising standards around the world and increasing, improving conditions of living for everyone, then this can only be a good thing. I'm sounding a bit like a socialist, eh? But truly, that is the intent, right? We want everybody to have better lives. It's not just about making Canadians rich. It's about making sure that the folks in Senegal are actually getting a better deal as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good free trade argument as well.
Good.
Now, look, Anthony, right at the very beginning in his introductory speech, mentioned it was more than about trade, that it's about defense, it's about our values, it's about security, and so on. And he mentioned the AUKUS deal. Now, George, we are sitting here privately, and we haven't had this conversation so far. So I mean, do be indiscreet if you wish, because I know we can trust all these people here. But why don't you tell us from your point of view? You know, the French were very upset by it all and said all sorts of terrible things about us, and indeed your great country. But why don't you just give us a little hint of what was happening with AUKUS and why that has been so beneficial to security, to defense, and to partnership with our countries?
Well, you know, Tom, you're very tempting, but I'm incapable of indiscretion, as all anyone who knows me would be aware. But I can, without breaching that self-denying ordinance, tell you a little about AUKUS. It's a very important partnership between three like-minded nations, which, as I think it was Shankar Singham said in the last panel, it's not just about submarines. What it's about is a framework of cooperation between three countries, Australia, the United Kingdom, the United States, that already cooperate as intimately as sovereign states can across a range of national security and intelligence issues. I mean, we're members of the Five Eyes defence community, intelligence community, I should say. There is the Five-Power Defence Agreement to which Australia and the United Kingdom and others are parties, and there are other international treaties and international arrangements as well. I think we are increasingly aware that countries with shared values and common interests need to cooperate ever more closely. And as I said in my opening remarks, referencing what Liz Truss said to the Conservative Party conference, the trade equities, the strategic and military equities, the diplomatic equities, the values of international development policy, and every vector of cooperation you can imagine, whether it be relationships between universities and other institutions is another that comes to mind. Those who operate in those different sectors come increasingly to realise that collaboration with like-minded partners is increasingly important. Now, when it comes to AUKUS, it's about, as I say, more than submarines. It's about, in particular, the potential to develop and share together a range of capabilities that will that are important to making the world a more secure place, and whose focus, obviously, is the Pacific. And it's a feature, by the way, of the United Kingdom's re-emergence as a nation that identifies itself as having interests in the Pacific Hemisphere as well, that the United Kingdom is a crucial part of this arrangement. Now, I don't want to go beyond that, other than to emphasise the point that building a lasting partnership based on trust in relation to the development of capabilities that will be decades in the development and use is something that binds our three countries together extremely closely, even more closely if possible than they are at the moment.
George, thank you very much. I mean, that is a great way to end this, this session, just realising the possibilities of the trading possibilities, but also so much wider, as you have just represented, of the CPTPP and beyond. So may I thank you, George, Philip, Stephanie, and Anthony, on behalf of everybody here. Thank you very much indeed for bringing your knowledge, your understanding, and your intellect of what can sometimes be very difficult issues to understand and internationally complicated. But I think that we've gone some way to providing a bit of a spotlight on how this works in practice. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, everyone. Now we'll have our second and final break for coffee before the blockbuster final session. So if I can ask you all to be back in your seats by about 4:10, and we'll be as strict as we can in marshalling people back to the tables. But thank you all. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please start to make your way back to your seats. Thank you very much. Hi, if everyone could please take their seats, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, as mentioned, we're entering the blockbuster final session of the program. We have a brilliant panel for you on on trade and services, given that we've so far focused mostly on goods. We have a scintillating conversation between Fraser Nelson, Daniel Hannan, and Vince Cable on the politics of free trade. And we have a closing keynote from Lord Frost, at which I've been assured he won't declare Article 16. because that would just make things a little more lively than they otherwise would be. But now if we can start proceedings with another video keynote from the Honourable Tony Abbott, former Prime Minister of Australia, the man who led its own free trade agenda, and now an advisor to our own Board of Trade. So again, with the proviso that hopefully the internet will be working, please welcome Tony Abbott.
Sorry that I can't be with you tonight, but I'm delighted to bring you this message of encouragement from Sydney, Australia. It's always good to honour the memory and to advance the deep convictions of the late, great, magnificent Margaret Thatcher. Of course, Mrs. Thatcher was always deeply sceptical of the European Union, and she would be so pleased that contemporary Britain has taken back control and is now free to pursue its own interests, its own values, and its own destiny in the wider world. As Britons do this, I would urge you, do not underestimate yourselves and never underestimate your weight. Britain is not just the world's 5th largest economy. It's not just the Western world's 2nd strongest military power, but Britain is a country which has had absolutely unparalleled influence on the modern world. Britain has given the world its common language, the mother of parliaments, the industrial and scientific revolution, and of course the emancipation of minorities. Here in Australia, we have been very pleased to see in recent months the deployment of the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier strike group to the Far East. We've been very pleased to have been welcomed into the submarine partnership with the United Kingdom and the United States, which will eventually give us the world's most modern and the most effective underwater deterrence. And frankly, the sooner that comes, the better. All that's needed now is the finalisation of the UK-Australia free trade deal, which should ultimately mean completely free trade in goods, and it should mean that Britons are treated like Australians here and Australians are treated like Britons there. This is what the true partnership between our countries should be. In my view, the wider world will flourish best if countries like ours are at our strongest, our bravest, our freest, and our most self-confident. Margaret Thatcher never forgot the great in Great Britain. Neither should you, neither should any of us.
Thank you very much to Tony Abbott there. And now for our final panel event of the day, can we have free trade in services as well as goods? And hopefully the panelists are just here to come on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited about this panel today. My name is Charlotte Crosswell. I'm on the board of Centre for Policy Studies, and I'm also chair and trustee of Open Banking Limited. But more importantly, I would like to turn to my great panellists today, introduce them quickly by name, and then they will be giving opening remarks on the topic that we have. Hopefully you are here to listen to can we have free trade in services as well as goods. a subject close to my heart as well, so very much looking forward to hearing from the panel. So to my left, we have Catherine McGuinness, who I'm sure needs no introduction, Stephen King, Senior Economic Advisor to HSBC. We've got Samaya Keynes, Britain Economics Editor at The Economist, and Dr. Rebecca Harding, CEO of Coriolis Technologies. So welcome to all of you. So Catherine, if it's okay with you, I'm going to turn to you first for some opening remarks.
Thanks very much, and I'll try to avoid repeating exactly what I said at the beginning of the day. I must say it's been an absolutely fascinating day so far from the bits I've been able to see. I think my answer, in essence, would be yes, but we need to think of a different range of mechanisms. The UK really does have a huge opportunity to liberalise trade around the world by taking a global and holistic approach to services and goods trade. And I'm sure that's been underlined by what people have been discussing in the rest of the day. Free trade agreements can be very useful in establishing regulatory dialogue mechanisms and locking in existing arrangements. And indeed, we've seen, for example, the UK-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement and provisions there. But they don't typically facilitate enormous amounts for services trade. There are other mechanisms that we need to explore. So I would suggest, as indeed I did this morning, that we need to be looking at what we can do around cross-border relationships based on dialogue, based on the mutual recognition of regulatory outcomes, and built on trust between regulators. I think the work that's ongoing with Switzerland on a mutual recognition agreement, for example, has the potential to become a real gold standard for financial and professional services agreements. And it is, I should say, particularly from the financial and related professional services angle that I'm looking at this. I think an agreement of that type could help establish alignment and build towards a global coherence. I think it could be particularly useful in the context of climate regulation, for example, where we're really keen to see, we are advocating a process to guarantee progress towards a working sort of a climate regulatory framework that would operate across borders. I think what I'd say as a bottom line is that if we're going to get dialogues of this sort, regulatory cooperation of this sort to work, then we need a meaningful business engagement to underpin it. We need to be looking at business engagement as we create mechanisms. I do think that with cooperation between regulators, with engagement of business in the mechanisms, we could really be looking at shaping a coherent international policy agenda that would help the UK to reap the wholesale benefits of global free trade. Something that we in the City Corporation are very focused on as we engage with other parts of the world. We see a huge opportunity from financial and professional services trade with markets across the world, including the US, Australia and Japan, and indeed I think we'll discuss in a bit actually, Charlotte, where we go with our EU partners into the future, given our new footing with them. There are multiple opportunities here. Opportunities not just for financial and professional services in themselves as an export, but actually in the businesses that they help to support here at base. We drew attention to those opportunities in a report earlier this year, an ecosystem enabling international trade, looking at the mutuality between services and trade. A business that wants to manufacture to export its goods needs the services to support it, to bring those goods to market, to enter into the agreements and the financing, whatever that they need then to export. So there's a real synergy here that we ought to be drawing on. So we would really be keen to see services included in trade agreements, but we would also be very keen to see other mechanisms used to ensure that barriers are reduced, opportunities are increased, and regulatory fragmentation is avoided where possible. So I think there's a winning potential combination here that's good for the UK, good for trade and good for financial and professional services, provided, I would say, Charlotte, we can orchestrate this properly.
Great.
So that's my introduction for you.
Thank you, Catherine. Stephen, if I can turn to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to kick off with just some very simple observations about how important services trade is for the UK and how it's become increasingly important over time. So if you go back to 2000, about 33% of Britain's total exports in 2000 was exports of services. That 33% has now risen to about 47, 48%. So in the space of 20 years, the importance of services has risen quite dramatically. Secondly, when you look at where those services exports go to currently, there's a huge bias towards what you might describe as relatively rich developed nations. So a big chunk goes to the EU, a slightly smaller chunk goes to the US, but those two in combination account for about 65% or so of our service exports. The third thing I would note is that as the world changes over the next 20 or 30 years, it is likely that demand for Britain's services will shift away from Europe and the US in a relative sense, not in an absolute sense, but in the relative sense, because of the nature of economic development in other parts of the world. And the simple point here is that when you get incomes per capita rising to somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000 per year, at that point, an economy tends to shift away from simply consuming goods and the sort of bare essentials towards consuming a wide variety of different services, whether it be professional services, financial services, mortgages, pension, consumer credit, and so on. Those things tend to kick in. So when you think about where we are in 20 years' time, the UK has a tremendous opportunity to engage with the likes of China, India, other parts of Asia, other parts of the world. We shouldn't lose sight in any negotiations that Britain has in the future that these are places that will become much more important in the future than they are today. The second thing I would note is that when it comes to services, they actually are really quite ill-defined. The relationship between goods and services is very, very blurred for a variety of different reasons. But one example is obviously you sell a jet engine. You're selling a jet engine which is an export of a good, but at the same time you're offering a service contract with it that may go on for the next few years. So the idea that goods and services are separate entities, they sort of exist in separate bubbles, is certainly a reflection of the bureaucracy of the negotiations, but it isn't necessarily a reflection of what's going on in real life. Another example of the same kind of blurring is the digitization of goods and services in recent times. So a very current example is Adele's latest album. If you buy it in vinyl or you buy it as a CD, that counts as a good. If you download it through Spotify or through iTunes or whatever, it counts as a service. And if you export it on that basis, then you've got a distinction. But in actual truth, in terms of your experience of listening to Adele's album, unless you're a real hi-fi geek and you really care about vinyl, the reality is that your experience is going to be much the same, regardless of the delivery mechanism that comes through. So in broad terms, I would say that when it comes to any future view about services, it is important to recognize that goods and services, in one sense, are slightly bundled with each other. Final point I wanted to make at the beginning is that with goods, people obviously are involved in terms of their manufacture, and capital goes in search of those people, whether those people exist in Britain, or whether they exist in China, or India, or Brazil, or the US, or wherever it might be. Service is slightly different, because whereas with goods you go in search of people, your capital that goes across borders, in the case of services, it's often the people coming across borders to go to where the capital happens to be. And that, I think, is important from a negotiating perspective. It's not good enough for Britain simply to say, we want to sort of export our services everywhere else because we're class-leading, we're world-beating, or whatever else. There also has to be a recognition that others will want to sell their services into Britain. And this is where I think it becomes complicated, because if on the one hand you say, actually, it's important that we sort of control freedom of movement, that people can't come across borders so easily, well, that's absolutely fine to say that. But there has to be a recognition that by doing that, you are probably restricting the amount of services trade you can do. And so there comes a sort of constraint or a conflict between the interests of sovereignty with regard to freedom of movement and the degree to which trade can be open through services, because services do reflect the movement of people across borders. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Samaya.
Great. Hello. Good afternoon. So the title of this session is, can we have free trade in services as well as goods? And my answer is no. We can't. We can potentially have freer trade in services, but there are all sorts of reasons why services are just really, really difficult to trade. And it's worth keeping those in mind when we embark on our liberalisation agenda. And I think the first difficulty is actually knowing what trade and services is. Stephen alluded to the measurement difficulties, the definitional difficulties. Now, if you really want to geek out, there are 4 modes of services. Some argue there's a 5th, but we don't need to talk about that here. So essentially, you think of cross-border trade and services. You might think of a foreign student coming to learn in a British university. You might think of a British bank selling insurance overseas. You might not think of mode 3 services, which is a UK company with an affiliate in a country, somewhere in a foreign country, selling domestic services in that market. That counts as services exports. It's a bit weird because if you had a goods producer, so supposing you had a British car manufacturer and they've got an affiliate in China, and that affiliate is selling cars to the Chinese market, that wouldn't show up as goods trade. But if they're selling a service to that Chinese market, that gets counted in the official figures. So you really, when thinking of services trade, we're also really talking about international investment and what could make that easier. So services is just, it's very difficult to measure. I was talking to someone from a large digital multinational, and he was actually in charge of telling the government what that particular company was trading cross-border. Now, this is a big company, and he told me, he said, what I tell the government, those numbers, they bear no resemblance to what a normal human would think of as cross-border trade in these digital services that this company is managing. You know, he said there are various rules that I have to follow, but it's just not intuitive at all. So for things other than travel, logistics, education, things that are fairly tangible, it can just get very, very murky when you've got these big multinationals providing these digital services all around the world. It's just very difficult to count that. And that obviously matters because as a trade negotiator, you want to go out there and say, okay, well, where is there most trade and where is there least trade? What are the barriers? Who's important? And that lack of data, those problems with the data make that exercise much, much more difficult than it is for trading goods, where because we apply tariffs, actually everything is quite well measured. Now, I'm not suggesting that we go and start trying to apply tariffs to services trade to be able to measure it, although I know several trade geeks who would really like that. But it's just the point is that there's this informational barrier. So that's one problem. So the question then is, okay, well, let's talk about how we get more trade in services. How do we get freer trade? And the answer is with difficulty. If the plan is to dismantle other countries' barriers to services trade. Now, the UK is actually very open to trade and services. If you look at the OECD, they've got this index of restrictiveness of trade and services. And the UK performs pretty well on lots of measures. So, you know, well done UK if the objective is to be open. Unfortunately, if you want to then cut down other people's barriers, that can present an issue of leverage. So I think if you say, okay, fine, we're going to do that, we're going to try and cut down other countries' barriers to trade, the fundamental high-level problem is that you don't have tariffs restricting trading goods. You've got all sorts of other things. You've got non-tariff barriers. And often, almost always, those are not put in place to protect the domestic industry only. They're put in place for some other reason. So take financial services. You know, foreign regulators might be uncomfortable about just completely opening the market and having lots of financial flows that they don't have control over, right? And so that's a legit reason. to be nervous about liberalising trade and financial services. Often, actually, if you look at free trade agreements and agreements covering trade and services, financial services are often excluded from those deals. And so the problem is, okay, well, how can you, dismantle those if you haven't got sort of basic, blatant protectionism, if there are good reasons for these trade barriers? And, the answer is you need to have dialogues between different regulatory agencies. And then the problem is that it all just becomes very, very tedious. It's just very boring. You've got all these very minute, dull barriers to individual industries. You can't, you can talk about tariffs in this very grand way. You can aggregate them in some sense. It's very, very difficult to talk about barriers to trade and services in a broad, meaningful way. Now, just to finish, I thought for my opening remarks, I would go out and I would see what other countries complain about when they talk about exporting services and trade with the UK. So very helpfully, the US every year publishes something called the National Trade Estimates, where they essentially list all of the things that they're annoyed about. And they have this very helpful section called the United Kingdom, where they list all the things that they're irritated by that the United Kingdom does. So just to give you some examples of these peeves, one complaint was that government-issued student loans cannot be issued for international degrees, right? So the British government is not offering student loans for students to go and study in American universities. That's a trade barrier. Now, we can start to think through the politics and even the economics of whether that would be a good thing, whether to liberalize trade, the British government should start funding loans to go to American universities. I suspect that might be quite difficult to get through. Another one is that they were annoyed about the cap on foreign medical students allowed in the UK, which means that actually they're annoyed that they can't import education services from Britain. That's another pet peeve. And then the final one that I'll mention is that they are upset that in order to get permission to act as a chartered accountant, you have to have professional experience in the UK, creating a sort of chicken and egg situation. Well, how on earth are you meant to get that experience if you can't go to the UK? But again, you can see if you were, some kind of regulator in the UK, you might want an accountant to have experience in the system, before they could practice, right? And so the point is that there are reasons for all of these barriers, which makes them extra difficult to dismantle. And with that, I will close.
Thank you, Samir. Food for thought there. Rebecca.
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Can we have free trade in services? Well, we've already had a quite unequivocal answer to that question, and I think I'd kind of agree with you and then say, well, actually, to some extent, the reason why we have issues with measuring services is because everybody defines it in a different way, and we can see that in the data itself. So if we look at trade data itself, one of the things that you see quite remarkably is the fact that Germany thinks it's doing more financial services trade with us, exporting more to us, than we think we're importing from Germany. That is actually a really big problem in measuring trade. That type of asymmetry where one country says, well, this is how we define services, and you're defining it in a mildly different way, but we think we're exporting more. So you've got irregularities across the whole world and asymmetries across the whole world in terms of how you measure all of this. And we've all talked about that to some extent. But one of the things that I found most interesting in what you said, Catherine, was the fact that you talked about, and Stephen as well, about how manufacturing and services are integrated together. And if you look at the services data for UK trade, manufacturing as a service is one of the fastest growing areas of UK trade. In other words, we're moving from just being a manufacturing base towards having much higher levels of services integrated, and intellectual property as well, integrated into our manufacturing. At this point, I stop being an economist and start being a business owner. You'll be very glad to know. Reason why is because I'm starting to talk about something that's very close to my heart, which is data. And one of the things that's happening across the whole trade space, and something that is part of UK government policy, and if we are going to form trade agreements that include the way in which trade is developing, we have to think about digitisation. And that's trade facilitated by digital means. It's how our information crosses borders. So it's not just about how money crosses borders, but it's about how information, so 3D printing and all of those sorts of things, but also how we enable trade to happen through greater digitisation. So there are several key issues there. If we're going to have more digitisation, then that actually has a huge benefit to small businesses, because it means that processes are quicker, accessing trade finance is quicker, everything becomes cheaper for small businesses because we have cross-border trade facilitation, through going across customs is cheaper, but also organising trade finance is cheaper and quicker. So companies that currently find it difficult to trade will find it easier through that digitisation process. But then we have some issues that we need to think about. We need to think in our trade arrangements, we need to think about data protection. We need to think about who owns the data and where that data is hosted. And I think that in free trade agreements is something that is incredibly important. We then need to think about intellectual property. Now, you said that the main barrier to understanding and measuring free trade in services is non-tariff barriers. Can we start to put tariffs on code, for example? There are arguments at WTO level, as I'm sure you know, to say we should start putting tariff barriers and actual tariffs on code, and sharing code should have something that has a fee attached to it. How far do we want to go down those types of roads? Then the other thing is that we also need to think about the legal framework for trade. And this is where we need to think about what types of documents and what types of data we're prepared to have in terms of enabling our services trade. And I think one of the reasons why free trade agreements tend to have fairly limited clauses on services at the moment is just the complexity of all of this. If you look at what the World Trade Organization has been struggling with for the last 5 or 6 years, it's actually been that process of understanding how to deal with digitization and services trade, because it's complicated. And as we start to see the regulations develop around sustainability, companies needing to track their supply chains to tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, just because they've got to comply with financial reporting around their supply chains and financial disclosures around sustainability, that means that the world has suddenly become incredibly complicated, and you need digital solutions to all of that. So I'd say, where are the risks and what are we going to do about it? Well, first of all, let's define services as broadly as we can and find appropriate solutions to all of the different aspects of services. Manufacturing as a service is as important as AI, is as important as digital, is as important as our local restaurant round the corner. And that's an area where we're not thinking, and there are all sorts of issues, including movement of people, movement of ideas, movement of data across borders. So I think this is a hugely interesting area, actually, and I've probably just opened up a can of worms, so thank you very much indeed for listening.
Thank you, Rebecca. And you've obviously had a range of views. I'm hoping that Samir hasn't completely finished our panel early by saying no. But I mean, what a complicated world this is. And I think when people think about trade in services, and probably many around this room think about trade in financial services, I think it just shows the level of complexity there is. Let's talk about sort of priorities in trade negotiation, because we've already had a long list here. Nothing of which is easy to fix. And where should we be going with regulatory dialogues? So perhaps, Stephen, I can start with you on that.
Well, I think some of the issues that have been raised already by the panel are directly relevant here. So one, which again reflects this idea of people moving across borders, is having an agreement as to what a professional qualification happens to be. and whether the qualification is shared in different countries. So is a doctor from all countries? Is a doctor coming from country A the same standard as a doctor coming from country B? Can you be confident that the university structure in different countries is roughly the same? And the answer really is we're not sure. There's no formal agreement as to what those qualifications should be. It's difficult enough within Europe, let alone the rest of the world. That in turn feeds through to all sorts of other issues which are not directly connected with services. But when you have, sort of, for example, a migrant crisis, and you say, well, actually there are people coming in who have qualifications, you come back to the same issue, which is, what are the qualifications? Are they like for like with qualifications of the country that you happen to be living in yourself, or are they different? So I think that kind of issue of standardization, or at least agreement as to what counts as a qualification and what doesn't count as a qualification, is important. I think experience also is relevant, going back to this idea of accountancy and the idea of whether someone can come and work directly in a particular country which may have its own specific accountancy rules. That again is tricky. You might need some experience to work out what's going on before you can actually do that job, even though you have a certificate that tells you that in theory you can do that job. Another, I think, important issue. And another issue I think is important, particularly for my own industry, i.e. financial services, actually springs out of the global financial crisis. And after the global financial crisis, understandably, regulators in individual countries said, we need to make sure that we're looking after the interests, in particular, of our country's taxpayers. And in the process of creating regulations to look after the interests of national taxpayers, you ended up probably with some degree of balkanization of financial regulation across different countries. Again, it's entirely understandable why it happened. You can see why in the UK there'll be a particular emphasis on looking after the interests of taxpayers given the size of the financial system compared with the size of the economy, which is much bigger than might be true of, say, the US. But at the same time, when you have that balkanization of financial regulation, it becomes much more difficult to have a level playing field to have a discussion as to where you're going with services trade in the future. So in each of these cases, there's basically a difference between the interests of free trade and the interests of sovereignty and the relevance of various regulations which are chosen for specifically national purposes, which may not be consistent with a broader ambition of free trade in services. Now, the final example of this, I think it's Australia, but someone else on the panel will probably correct me, and it's associated with cigarettes, and I think particularly Philip Morris, if I recall, which is that Australia, I think, wanted to basically get rid of branding altogether and say, we're happy to sell cigarettes, but there'll be no brands. So if you go into your local shop and buy a packet of cigarettes, it'll be just a blank package, and that's what you're going to buy. And that was taken, I think, to WTO on the basis that it was an infringement of free trade and an infringement of the brand rights of the tobacco manufacturer. Now, there are arguments on both sides of that, but you can see from an Australian perspective why they might think, well, actually, the health of our people is more important than a free trade principle in terms of services. So when you have these differences that are there for non-trade reasons, but are there for good domestic political reasons, then it goes back to Samaya's comment that effectively this is something which becomes very difficult to deal with because you get involved in tedious discussions which don't really go very far, because at the end of the day, the sovereignty is more important in these areas than the principle of free trade.
Thank you. I mean, Catherine, obviously, I know you want to take a huge amount of regulatory dialogue on behalf of the Square Mile and further afield. What format do you think we can play in moving this forward?
Well, I think there is a role for free trade agreements here in setting up the expectation that there will be ongoing regulatory dialogue, but then there is a question of getting into the detail of the tedious and what it is that makes it difficult for services to flow across borders. And I think it is a very fair challenge that what we're aiming for here is freer flows rather than free flows, for all the reasons that people have put together so well. But I think it's a goal that we need to be aiming for, particularly at the moment, because there are global challenges that we need to meet, whether it's recovery, whether it's the climate challenge, which makes it important not just for trading reasons that we do liberalise flows as far as we possibly can. I think what we would be looking for from the dialogue is how one can remove unnecessary frictions in present arrangements. Where is it that trusting regulators can work together to respect each other's regulatory outcomes? How can we then develop regulatory responses for the future on new challenges? And I think here particularly of something like the climate challenge, where go back to definitions, the current definitions of environmental services in trade terms are just hopeless for some of the issues that we're really currently looking at. So it's, I think, a question of how can we work together bilaterally or else multilaterally to develop common responses and approaches which will enable some of the services that we're going to need to meet these challenges to work appropriately across border. One thing I would say is that when you think about the length of time it takes to strike free trade agreements, even if you could cover the detail in the agreements themselves, you actually want the dialogues to carry on alongside those, and whatever other mechanisms one can find, because we might be able to make quicker advances doing that. And I would just flag again the arrangement we're about to strike with Switzerland, which I think will be a model of its kind. And I think there are some interesting developments across some of the trade agreement negotiations that we have at the moment that I would hold up, of the digital space, for example.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to come in on this? It's an interesting question of how do we tackle it, and what do we put first?
So I think, so I think the one thing that you need is trust, right? If I'm right, and these things just really can involve some really tricky domestic politics, what you need is trust between both sides, that one side isn't going to, undercut the other, or something like that. And so you need trust between countries so that dialogue is constructive and healthy. You also need trust within countries. Now, trade negotiations can be great because what you can do is you can make a sausage, and in the sausage you give away some things, and in the sausage you get some things in return, and it all kind of gets wrapped up into this bundle, and overall you're better off. And one of the problems when negotiating services in trade agreements is that you've got, just thinking about the mechanics of this, right? So you've got a trade negotiating bit of government, and then you've got all the other bits of government that think that, no, I make this bit of the sausage. This is my bit of the sausage, and no, trade negotiator, you can't go off and negotiate random things. You can't trade me off against that other bit. And so to make that process effective, you need a really high level of trust and communication on your domestic side, right? You need everyone to be talking to each other. Now, I'll take America as an example where take the Treasury, right? A very, very powerful department in America, and sometimes a department not exactly thrilled for USTR to be going off and negotiating lots of financial services commitments, right? The Treasury sees that as its domain. And so that can be a challenge, right? And you can easily apply that to the UK, where, to be fair, we've only recently started, building our trade negotiating apparatus. But that kind of trust domestically is just really, really important. And if it's not there, then of course the people you're negotiating with can see that, and then they can kind of play different bits of the sausage. I'm not sure the sausage metaphor works. I'm really sorry, guys. But it's too late now. Yeah, I think that's what I'd say. Building trust is just really important.
Yeah. But I am impressed how you got sausage into a trade panel, so congratulations on that one. Rebecca, let's talk about trust. We heard from Samir on trust. How can we get the UK to work with like-minded countries, perhaps where we've got a common goal, to really strengthen those services relationships and moving forward?
So I think integrating what everybody has said so far, it is actually about understanding where the common ground is. So we do need those agreements to be multilateral in terms of standardization. So Stephen's point is an extremely well-made one, which is the problem with services trade is that you require this thing called a level playing field, and the thing called the level playing field is almost by definition not level. I mean, people don't want that level playing field to be level because, as Stephen said, it conflicts with national interests. And, you know, there are all sorts of considerations around this which will always come to play. So I think what we have to do is identify where the common standards are. And again, I keep banging on about it because I was very heavily involved, as a lot of us I'm sure were, with COP and so on. And the ESG dimension around all of this is where we can all start from something that we all believe in. And I think this is something that's actually quite interesting in terms of our global relations as well, because it's a priority for the US government, it's a priority for the European government. European regulatory superpower structure is actually frightening banks at the moment because of the types of regulations that are coming through in taxonomies. So I think that's where we need to start. We need to start with something that we can all agree about, which is, you know, we need some common-based standards for what we're doing and understand what it is, where we are willing to create that level playing field and where actually for national interest reasons or national security reasons we can't. And I think that's in a way where the whole debate around trade has actually pivoted over the last 5 years. So, I mean, you know, whatever one thinks of what happened to trade over the last 5 years, trade was weaponized, it did become a conflict, it has become something that you know, we talk about almost as a war now. Services somehow haven't yet got embroiled in that, but we are talking about tech wars. We are talking about sort of two-speed internets. I think this is a very risky point in time. And so if we can bring it back again around those standards and around well, we acknowledge now, the good thing that has come out of the last 5 years is we acknowledge now that there are national interests and national security attached to trade. A lot of them are through services. If we can accept that, then we can start to restructure our agreements accordingly.
Yeah, great. Catherine, you talked earlier about sort of business engagement and the importance of structures outside of free trade agreements. You know, what institutions are critical, do you think, to the success of those?
What institutions?
Yeah, so
I think
to deal with this outside of FTAs.
Business engagement, I do think just finding some way that the businesses can engage with the regulators or whoever else is having the dialogue. I'd hold up one example. We have the British-American Finance Alliance, which is a cross-Atlantic coalition of trade associations. I happen to be the UK co-chair of that for City UK. And we feed into the Treasury to Treasury financial regulatory working group when they talk about regulatory issues, and not the trade agreement, but regulatory issues and what barriers there might be there. I think mechanisms like that, or the opportunity for the sector to feed into economic and financial dialogues, are just really useful ways for the policymakers and the trade negotiators to hear what the actual impediments people are finding in their day-to-day trading connections. So really that I think is the sort of thing I would suggest, alongside formalising some sort of regulatory dialogue or that, you know, formalising that dialogue, making sure there is the connection for the sector to come in. Could I just, though, while speaking, pick up on what Rebecca's just said about the climate question being common ground, and I think you're absolutely right on that. I think it's ground on which we do need to work with work multilaterally and with other countries to find common baselines and interoperability of regulation and so on, because this is one area where it's in all our interests, global interests, to make sure that there are flows across border of services and finances and so on, so that we can actually turn the dial on this challenge. So yeah, let's focus on the areas where it's in all our interests to make things work and try to get some of those right.
And obviously something that the City of London has played a huge part in greening of finance and financing green. You know, maybe picking up on that, Stephen, you know, obviously from a financial services perspective, you know, how engaged are you in that dialogue, and you know, is there anything you would like to see to facilitate that cross-border?
In terms of ESG,
yeah.
Well, HSBC has recently appointed the Chief Sustainability Officer, which tells you that we're taking it very seriously, and we are indeed taking it very seriously. A lot of what HSBC currently is doing is focused on ESG. I work for HSBC only part-time. In my spare time, I sit on the board of an investment trust, and I can sort of think about this from a slightly different perspective, which is that I agree that ESG is something where everyone shares a similar view. But when it comes to very simple things like ranking companies on the basis of their ESG footprint, it's incredibly difficult. You can buy from third-party suppliers information as to whether company A is better than company B, but what you typically find is that one supplier gives you a completely different list to the other supplier. It's like sort of looking at a list of the greatest restaurants in the world, completely subjective. And so, although I agree that everyone can share that principle of ESG, I think when it comes to actual decision-making, whether it's at the national level, at the investment level, and so on, it is tricky. And part of the reason why it's tricky is that obviously within the concept of ESG, there are trade-offs. I mean, if you've got a company that has a brilliant E footprint, but a terrible S footprint, for example, is it investable or not? I mean, these are all tricky issues that I think don't give you immediate or simple answers. The other thing I would say is that when it comes to, this is not really connected to your question at all, actually, but I just want to say it anyway, which is that if you look at the UK currently, and this goes back to the government's levelling up agenda, 40% or so of the UK's exports of services are exports from London, and tells you partly about the dominance of financial services themselves in the UK. But it also suggests that you've put a lot of effort into opening up trade in services. It may be very good for London, which is great for me because I live in London. But in terms of levelling up the country as a whole, it may be something which isn't quite so obvious unless you simultaneously have a policy to try to shift some of those financial services and services more generally across the rest of the country. So there has to be distributional impact within the country itself. And the final comment I'd make, which goes back to Rebecca's observations earlier on, when it comes to sort of opening up countries and making sure that they trust you and they are aware of what you're trying to do and you're trying to do it in their best interests. I think we shouldn't forget that there is a tremendous level of suspicion in other parts of the world about the sorts of things that Britain or the US would tend to advocate. And I'm thinking here in particular of what happened many years ago during the Asian crisis. Now, the sort of consensus view about the Asian crisis is that it partly stemmed, not entirely stemmed, but partly stemmed from the overly rapid opening up of capital markets in Asia, which was something which, frankly, the vast majority of financial institutions in the West would have supported because it was a great opportunity for investment to pour into Asia. But we know in hindsight that this led to tremendous instability within those countries. The money that came in was not allocated effectively. The capital markets at home in those countries were not sufficiently developed. A lot of the money poured into risky real estate projects and so on. And so what might look good in the short run in terms of opening up may not be good in the longer run because of the institutional framework within individual countries. It's not a level playing field, and you have to recognize that. Interestingly, rather than focusing purely on Asia, this also happened effectively in the Eurozone because during the Eurozone crisis, it was partly caused by excessive levels of German savings looking for a safe home somewhere else. And the great advantage of investing elsewhere in Europe was that, well, the euro, there was no currency risk, so therefore why not pour loads of money into, say, Greece or Spain or Italy? I think at one point Greece had a current account deficit, balance of payments deficit, of about sort of 15, 16, maybe even 20% of GDP, which should have been a telltale sign that there was a problem. But in actual fact, it was a problem, but it wasn't reflected in currencies, it was reflected ultimately in sovereign debt markets. Yeah, I'm not sure that's an answer to your question, but it was slight deviation, I think.
Deviate away, Stephen.
Yeah, can I build on that deviation? Which is that, so this point about kind of London is super interesting. I mean, often, so having just spent some time in America, there's been a lot of chatter about essentially very concentrated losses because of trade liberalization, right? So big increase in imports from China, very concentrated costs of that on particular communities, and then the benefits of that in terms of lower prices, cheaper stuff being spread around. Right? When it comes to services exports, it's almost like the winners are very concentrated, right? And that itself presents a barrier for liberalization. There's a kind of danger politically that you start to say, X will really hurt the city, and then some people are like, great, that's you know, that's in some sense what we wanted, right? And so that, and I think this kind of connects to something that Rebecca was saying, which is, you know, in a sense, I was talking earlier about trust. What we needed to do is to build trust. Perhaps something else we do is to make trade really boring. Maybe we need to lean in to the tedium and sort of get on with things in the background, these kind of annoying little barriers. Because when you start infusing economic barriers that it's possible to remove with the politics of sovereignty and demonstrating that you have the freedom to diverge, everything just gets quite unstable and perhaps unproductively so.
Rebecca, I know you were keen to come in on the ESG and data
yes,
debate. So do you...
Absolutely, but it actually ties into the let's make trade boring element as well. And I think one of the thing I wanted to say was you've got very large supranational organisations and trade associations like the International Chamber of Commerce who are working between financial services and businesses to develop those types of standards. So one of the things that came out the week before last during COP was a statement from the ICC that these are the basic standards that we need to start thinking about. So let's not think about what we don't know, let's think about what we do know, and we do know about sustainable development goals, and we do know how those structure across economic, social and governance issues, and therefore we can start to build a framework from that in terms of how trade finance and everything else can build around it. Now, that's going to take some time to do, and we can't wait for the regulators, and it is incredibly boring and dull while the regulators get their heads around everything and policymakers get their heads around everything as well. But there is a move to start standardising things, and it is collaborative between business and financial services and trade associations and international organisations. And I think the more the UK can start getting involved with those types of things, the better it's going to be, because they are leading edge international organisations that aren't free trade areas that are leading the agenda. And the other thing I would say, going back to my point about digitisation right at the beginning, the UK is leading on changing the law in digital trade, and that is something where we can have a big influence because it is in everyone's interests to do that.
Yep, absolutely. Now, you have about 10 minutes left, and I wouldn't want to come off this stage without discussing services and trade in the EU. So, Samir, you talked about trust, which will be potentially relevant to this conversation. Do we think that we can see an enhanced trade deal on services with the EU? I know quite a lot of people are disappointed with where we ended up, but Catherine, I know you were advocating for a huge amount of change there. Do we think something more robust is possible? So I'll come to you first, Catherine.
So, where we are at the moment, it's interesting that you use the word trust. I mean, clearly at the moment, the relationship is overshadowed by the political temperature. And I think the sooner that we can get back for the financial professional services sector to a bit more of the boring and some of the issues that are tedious, the better, actually. I mean, we'd love to see that MOU activated so that we've got a framework for regulatory dialogue, but we know that the regulators get on pretty well anyway and talk. Look, let's face it, we are in a different relationship now. We're not likely to strike a particularly ambitious agreement with them on financial services, given where we are, but we are going to be trading with them and working with them into the future. Let's keep focusing with them on the issues of common concern. Let's face the fact that we are going to be dependent on each other into the future, and let's try to keep let's try to bridge over this difficult period politically and show a bit more pragmatism. In a sense, you're drawing together the question of trust, where I'm afraid we hear wherever we go around the world, and not just in the EU, that our approach at the moment is making people question our trustworthiness if we're considering going back on agreements that we've signed. I know that's a challenging thing to say, but that is the message we're getting from around the world. So we're getting trust. Sausages, I won't go into the Northern Ireland Protocol. Fortunately, financial services don't take me into the protocol too often. But sausages certainly come into it somewhere, don't they? But I think, I do think we need to be looking at what positive relationship we can forge into the future. And we find in our own bilateral dialogues that we hold with a number of the countries that they're very clear that they want to keep talking to us about long-term issues, about climate, about definitions, about how we can shape things together on those fronts. I think it is critical that we look at how we can move forward pragmatically through this challenging time.
Samara.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a whole lot to add. I mean, yeah, I think in the current environment it's just very difficult. But can I see something get better in the future? Yes, I think you're right in that the relationship between the regulators, the relationship between the people talking about financial services seems to be better than the relationship around other things, e.g. sausages. So that's a good thing. I mean, it could come down to very, very legalistic, techie stuff about jurisdiction, the European Court of Justice. A lot of these questions come down to who are you willing to, who is it okay to arbitrate, right? Who are you willing to allow to sort of question rulings made by different legal bodies, right? And at the moment, there's, the European Court of Justice is clearly just a very, very difficult issue. And, it seems to be a very political, is a very political issue. But, I'm an economist. I went into trade thinking I was going to, use all my economics, and then found out I was having to become a pretend lawyer. All the legal stuff really, really matters about defaults and precedents and all that stuff. So I think we just need to give it a bit of time and then take a more reasoned approach to what that legal framework could be.
Great, thank you. Maybe we'll take the last question around fintech. We've talked about green, we've talked about ESGs, and the UK is really leading on, and very much seen as a global leader on fintech as well. Now, Rebecca, this is something you're particularly interested in. What can government and trade negotiators do to really help UK fintech expand its overseas footprint and take advantage of trade negotiations?
I think agreements on data are the most important thing here. So, I speak as a fintech owner, a founder, an entrepreneur. And the big thing for us at the moment is where our data is located and how we share our data across borders, and the restrictions that are now in place around sharing borders has massively increased our costs. And as a result of that, we're in a position where we're making decisions based on whether or not we can actually afford to open up another data node somewhere. And that's a very difficult thing. Now, the problem that a lot of fintechs are trying to address is to enable financial services, big investment houses, big banks to develop ecosystems around them that will mean that they don't necessarily have to do some of the nitty-gritty around regulation or some of the nitty-gritty around data aggregation or whatever it might be. We need those types of companies to be understood. We need to have the flexibility for people to move about between countries. We need to have the flexibility to move data between countries, and we need to be incorporated. We need to have a seat at the table, effectively, to understand that the fintech sector is woven into the fabric of banking these days. And I know Stephen is actually in a bank, and so I won't speak on behalf of HSBC, but certainly our clients see a lot of the work that fintechs do as absolutely critical in that whole sort of financial services and regulatory and liquidity umbrella. The fintechs underneath are actually driving some of the change in financial services, particularly in trade finance, from where things always used to be manual to things being digital, and that's where we're leading the way. A lot of these companies are very small, very vulnerable. There are, I think the other thing is UK export finance really should be thinking about the guarantees for services companies. It's much harder to get export finance as a services company than it is as a goods company. There you are, wish list. Dear Father Christmas.
And Stephen, maybe on that, I mean, most banks like to call themselves fintechs now, I think, as far as I can see. But you obviously do work with a lot of the fintechs and taking those services in from wherever they are. You know, it's just something that you're focused on.
It's not my area of speciality, I have to admit, but it is incredibly important for HSBC and it's incredibly important for other banks. But this comes back actually partly to the regulatory question. A few years back, HSBC was quite keen on trying to open networks in other countries which are effectively virtual networks as opposed to physical networks, which is effectively where banking in many ways is going. But the regulatory environment in those countries prevented you from doing it. So although from a sort of cost and productivity perspective, it was something that was actually very, very attractive in terms of how each country dealt with that and saw that kind of entry as a kind of challenge to its existing high street network, for example. That's where you tend to get significant restrictions coming through. Having said that, you know, banks as a whole have had a kind of Japanese-type problem over the course of the last few years. Low inflation, low growth, very low interest rates, flat yield curves. None of these sorts of things are terribly good news for banking profitability. And so the importance of trying to improve productivity to boost profits becomes that much greater. And therefore engagement with fintech is an absolutely vital part of the whole story. So if it turns out that the regulatory environment across borders is inconsistent with the ability to grow fintech or to take advantage of fintech, then you've got a significant problem in terms of the bank, its share price, and so on and so forth. But these things really matter. I want to mention one other thing actually on the earlier question about the UK and Europe. And it goes back to a couple of conversations I had many, many years ago. And it's about trust, actually. And this was before the euro was created. This is a long time ago. And the German policymaker said to me, he said, Stephen, if you've got any influence whatsoever on the UK government, can you please persuade them to join the euro, because we in Germany on our own can't trust the French. And then a little later on, I had a conversation with a French policymaker, which was exactly the same. And I think, you know, in one sense, we should recognize that the UK did play a very important role, not just in terms of its sort of bilateral relationship with the whole of Europe. It played a very important role as a kind of almost like an umpire or referee from time to time to deal with other countries within Europe which are having their own disagreements. And of course, it is more difficult for the UK to play that role at the moment. That itself may create some difficulties. The other euro-related issue I wanted to raise is that when the euro was first created and when Britain was not part of the euro, there are a lot of people who are predicting that it would mean the demise of London as a major financial centre. And certainly I think it's fair to say that both France and Germany looked at this and thought this is a great opportunity to shift finance to either Paris or to Frankfurt, and you're seeing similar kinds of arguments coming through today. But it is worth stressing, I think, that financial centres depend partly on the sort of ghastly economics term of network externalities, that if lots of other people are there in that financial centre and have lots of expertise, then you too can benefit and be lifted from that connection. It does take an awful lot, I think, to shift from one financial centre to another, and in that sense I think that London, regardless of Brexit and the ambitions perhaps of France and Germany, because of network externalities still will be a dominant force in terms of financial and professional services.
So we basically have to just keep hoping they keep arguing with each other.
Yeah.
I think we're out of time now, and thank you so much to my panel. I think we've covered a pretty wide debate over the topics of standardisation, our standards, keeping up the industry dialogue and the role of business, and I would certainly agree with that. But also importantly on digitisation and the data opportunities, making sure we define our services to trade, the problems of blurred lines between trade and services, and we managed to get vinyl and tobacco and sausages into that. But I think the one thing I took away is the future of our trade negotiations is trust, and hopefully that will lead us into our dinner debate later. Thank you to all my panellists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. There'll now be a very short pause while we clear a couple of chairs away, and then we will be straight on. Having heard from the experts, we will now hear from some even more important people, i.e. the politicians, firstly with Dan Hannan and Vince Cable in conversation with Fraser Nelson, and then, of course, Lord Frost, the Europe Minister. So, yeah, if you give us a minute, and then we will be back with you. And yeah, now everyone, if you'll please welcome our panelists for our final in conversation on the politics of trade.
Thanks very much, Rob. So I'm delighted to be here as the only slot between you guys and your dinner. So we'll try to spice it up a little bit. It doesn't seem that long ago that we were all engrossed in the great Brexit conversation about whether it would be good or bad for trade, but trade was even a discussion that Britain was capable of having after decades of not having any independent trade policy. Well, it's now back. We've got control of the reins, but have we come along at the wrong time, at a time where the world is turning against free trade? What can we do with the tools at our disposal? And is it living up to the billing that Dan Hannan and others so eloquently articulated during the campaign, or is it looking a bit more like the rather more depressing vision that Vince Cable here was warning us about? This, only a little bit about this is about Brexit. This is about the politics of trade more generally, and I'd like to start by asking Vince Cable to start.
Good, thank you. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to speak at a Margaret Thatcher themed event. Her reputation's grown over the years, and I think only a couple of weeks ago she was being hailed as the patron saint of the environment, amongst other things, but certainly with a deserved reputation in terms of trade. Let me just, briefly say where I'm coming from. I mean, just 2 points. I mean, first of all, I'm a fan of free trade, globalization more generally, trade capital flows, even labor flows to a degree. It's done wonders for the world, both developed and developing countries, and we should have more of it. I mean, I used to luxuriate in the title of President of the Board of Trade, and my mission was to promote it, and I remain committed to that objective. I think the second general point is that in terms of trade policy, we should be trying to do things on a multilateral basis, if at all possible, to avoid trade discrimination, to maximize the creation of trade rather than the diversion of it. But that at the moment looks a pretty long shot after President Trump took a wrecking ball to the World Trade Organization, and particularly its appellate system. President Biden shows very little interest in reviving the WTO. And there are some fairly fundamental problems between the EU and the United States over agriculture, India in general, China and data flows, and much else. So that's not going to happen. So what else could we do if we wanted to be proactive in trade policy? Well, the first is to, I guess, try to revive the idea of a special economic relationship with the United States. The concept is attractive, but unfortunately it's now in the long grass. There are fundamental problems on the American side. They're not terribly interested in getting free trade agreements past their politicians in Congress. They probably would prefer, if they had a bilateral agreement, to have one with the European Union, which is much bigger. There are problems, as we know, with Ireland. And on the British side, there is the toxic issue around food standards. So however much we might wish it,
the prospect of a significant trade, investment, wider economic partnership with the United States are now very remote. I think a second option, which would be more interesting in many ways, would be to have an aggressive policy of trying to line up bilateral arrangements with the big emerging markets. But we just need to read down the list in roughly order of importance to see how difficult that would be, because China would be at the top of it by quite a long way, followed by India, Brazil, Russia, and then we're into Indonesia, Pakistan, others, Saudi Arabia, probably fairly high up. I mean, all of them present very considerable political problems, even where there are not fundamental problems in trade negotiations. And we're just trying to envisage trying to get a special agreement with China through the present House of Commons, and it just isn't going to happen. So the idea of going out in a buccaneering spirit and trying to line up special arrangements with these rapid growth economies isn't going to happen. The British government did come up with a very neat idea, which I applaud, of trying to enter into a relationship with the Asia-Pacific countries through the legacy body to Obama's Asia-Pacific group. The original idea was that the Americans would set the standards and regulations, China would be excluded, and Britain and others could join it, opening up on a kind of plurilateral basis. But what's happened, as you all know, is that the United States has expressed no wish to join, too difficult politically. China has applied to join. So if we joined, it would be a slightly odd set of circumstances in which we were parties to such an agreement. So if a special agreement with the United States is not feasible, an aggressive policy of negotiating with emerging markets is troublesome. What other options do we have? Well, there are bits and pieces. The agreement with Australia was very good, but very minor. Makes very little difference economically. And so actually, you may not like me for saying this, actually the only other option would be to reopen the issue where Margaret Thatcher was actually triumphant in her day, which was negotiating through the regulations and regulatory barriers of the European Union through the single market. And perhaps we've come full circle on having to recognize that that's probably what we're going to have to do. But there are people in the hall who have better access to the government than I do in trying to explain that that's probably the best option now available. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Dan.
Thank you, Fraser. Well, Vince began by tipping his hat to Margaret Thatcher. So let me begin by sweeping off my hat, metaphorically, to the great Whig thinker, poet, historian, and Indian administrator Lord Macaulay, who in 1824 said the following: "Free trade, one of the greatest blessings that a government can bestow upon a people, is in almost every country unpopular." True then, true now. Which is odd when you think about it, because the intervening 200 years have seen an unprecedented improvement in the human condition. By any metric you like, literacy, longevity, female education, calorie intake, largely because of the spread of specialization and exchange through the process that we loosely call globalization. And yet it keeps running up against our prejudices, against our intuitions. Or to flip it around, the mercantilist case, the protectionist case, the anti-trade case rests on a series of assertions that are utterly specious, but that sound completely plausible, that all sound like common sense. We can't carry on with a big trade deficit without going bankrupt. We can't compete with slave wage economies. We have to protect our strategic industries. We should grow more of our own food. These lines are literal claptrap. They will bring an audience into applause. And yet almost every one of them, almost every time it's been applied, has served to make a country needlessly poorer. So what's the problem, and why are we wrestling with it now? Well, part of the problem is simply a psychological one. When I said free trade is counterintuitive, I meant that in the most literal way. We have the instinct and intuitions of hunter-gatherers. For example, we have an instinct to want to hoard food so as to get through the winter, right? Very good, solid instinct to have on the savannas of Pleistocene Africa. Not such a useful instinct in a world of superabundance and skyscrapers. We are, if you like, maladapted to an economic system where we depend on people we haven't yet met to give us stuff we haven't yet seen. But that is the basis of our prosperity. So whenever somebody says, oh, isn't it terribly worrying that, we don't grow all of our own wheat? We import 42% of our food in this country? Yeah, you know what? We've been doing that since the early 18th century. And you know what? We've got quite a lot richer since the early 18th century. Show me a country that concentrates on food production, and I'll show you somewhere like Guatemala. I mean, no, nothing against Guatemala. I work part of the year in Guatemala, but that is not where you want to stay. You want to be moving up the production chain. That is always a counterintuitive, difficult point, as we've seen during the Australia and New Zealand trade talks. You also have what I can only call an aesthetic objection to it. Isn't it awful that all these poor women in Vietnam are stitching sneakers together for 50p a day, exploited by horrible Western companies? Well, of course, you wouldn't want to work in a sweatshop in Hanoi, and neither would I. But let's not deny agency to the people involved. Consider that they might have made rational choices. Your alternative, and mine, was not breaking your back in a paddy field all day. The employee of a foreign-owned company in Vietnam earns roughly twice as much as the average in that country. So the process of industrialization and globalization can be physically unattractive, but it is a process with an exit route. And at the end, you end up better. Indeed, in the process, you end up better off. I think it was the great Victorian novelist Anthony Trollope who said, poverty, to be scenic, should be rural. And a great deal of our development and international aid policy rests on this fundamentally aesthetic distaste for the process of globalization. And then, of course, we have the straightforward political objection, which I can summarize in 4 words. Free trade brings dispersed gains, concentrated losses. When Donald Trump applied steel tariffs, or when Biden kept them, they were, without question, doing net damage to the United States economy. They were pushing up prices, they were damaging all the downstream industries that used steel, but those costs were dispersed, and the gains in this case, however slight for the steel producers, were the kind of gains that people will switch their vote on. US sugar is twice the cost of global sugar. Sugar has been pretty much since the revolution. Why? Fundamentally because Florida is a key swing state, and both parties are, to a degree, in hoc to the producers there. But it does mean, well, there's a reason, right, why American chocolate doesn't taste very nice. It's because they're using corn syrup instead of sugar. And more to the point, they've driven confectioners to Canada and to Mexico, right? So all of these things explain, in general terms, why 200 years on, despite all of the miracles, we still don't get it. Here's my worry. Things have got a lot worse over the past 18 months. In February of last year, in probably the only hall in the country that would have been as suited to the subject as this one, the Prime Minister stood up at the Maritime Museum in Greenwich and made the best speech on liberalization and free commerce that I've ever heard from a contemporary senior politician. And the wrecking ball that came in after that, to use Vince's metaphor, was not Donald Trump or Biden. It was, of course, the epidemic and the associated lockdowns, which have served to throw people back even more on these Paleolithic heuristics, have served to make us even more protectionist, introverted, wary, and frightened of change. The number of previously reliable free marketeers who have said to me at some point in the last 18 months things like, well, surely, Hannon, even you, after this coronavirus, even you can see why we need to grow our own food in this country. Seriously, that's what you got from what we've just been through. The one thing that works beautifully, I'd have thought this scrambling for vaccine would have at least removed the stigma from the idea of imports, right? But it doesn't seem to have had that effect at all because we're all still thinking with our cavemen minds and reasoning backwards from our conclusions. The lockdowns hit last year during the period that our farmers call the hungry gap, when we don't really grow any food. Had we not been able to import what we wanted from around the world, we would have been living on rhubarb and asparagus. That's what we grow in late March and April. Maybe a bit of nettle soup and possibly some purple sprouting broccoli. Fortunately, global markets worked really well, and that reminds us of a counterintuitive but actually fairly indisputable point, which is that if you want security, whether it's in food or in PPE or in ingredients for vaccines or anything else, the way to be secure is to source whatever it is you need from as wide a variety of suppliers as possible, from a diverse global group of suppliers, so that you are not vulnerable to a localized shock or disruption. And that localized shock or disruption can as easily happen in your own territory as anywhere else, which is why self-sufficiency doesn't make you secure. If you doubt me, consider the most self-sufficient country in the world, the country that has elevated self-sufficiency to its ruling principle. North Korea, they call it juche. Import substitution is what they do. The last place on the planet where you still have man-made famines. Other end of that scale, Singapore. Doesn't produce a single edible ounce. Totally dependent on imports for food, for drinking water, electricity. Where would you rather live, ladies and gentlemen? The reality is that you end up not only with cheaper produce, but with better and safer produce in a globalized world. My concern is that all of this has been knocked off course. But I'll finish where I began, with Macaulay's observation from the 1820s. It was unpopular then, and it has been unpopular at every intervening stage, and yet, periodically, it happens. And the countries that do it, Hong Kong or Singapore in the late 20th century, Australia or New Zealand more recently, and now, as I hope, Britain, the countries that do it don't look back. Once you have removed the vested interests and allowed living standards to rise, people can see the benefits to everyone, but especially to those previously on the lowest incomes. So my hope is that we will take this unfrozen moment as the impact of the lockdown recedes and reassert ourselves as a global free trader, because if we don't, it's not going to come round a second time.
Thank you, that. Well, let's start with some discussion then. Great speech, I remember I used to be a Remainer. I was all set to vote against Brexit, and it was listening to speeches like Dan's that made me change my mind. I mean, I'm a complete Europhile. I make no apology for that. But Dan was selling this wonderful, positive kind of global Britain free tradey kind of vision that it was one of the things that changed my mind. So a good position for me to ask you, Dan, right? Owen listed some figures today showing that our service exports to the EU are down 20% last year versus 10% to the rest of the world. Not great. Then when it comes to the imports from the EU, they're down 42% versus 16% to the rest of the world. Now, technically, we should have been able to trade with the EU just as normal, but it seemed as if we were actually putting up barriers of one way or another with our closest neighbour. This wasn't in the script.
Well, as you'll infer from those figures, and they'd be similar for almost any country, there has been a general decline in trade volumes since the pandemic for the most obvious reasons of goods.
Right, this is versus the rest of the world, though.
Yes, so what you're seeing there, that we're, if you like, trading in relative terms more with the rest of the world than with the EU, I think that was always going to happen as a result of Brexit. I think we were artificially trading with the EU as a result of the common external tariff and the other parts of the common commercial policy. We were redirecting trade from, if you like, our cultural hinterland from the phased imposition of these tariffs in the 70s. And oddly enough, I think that as the coronavirus recedes, two of the arguments that you will have heard me make occasionally at spectator debates about why we shouldn't be too economically reliant on the EU have strengthened. One was, I would always say, the EU is shrinking in proportionate terms as a share of the world economy. obviously it's a big part, and it's of course it's not going to grow as fast as sub-Saharan Africa, but actually it's not growing anywhere near as fast as Australia or Canada or other developed countries either. That, I think, is more true. We talk about a global pandemic, but some parts of the world have been worse hit than others, and Europe, tragically, has been worse hit. But the other thing that I think has changed significantly over the last 2 years is we're all much more accustomed to having significant conversations, including commercially important conversations, through the medium of Zoom or Teams. And I think the idea that people are going to go back to kind of hopping over to Dusseldorf for the day to make a presentation when all this is over is for the birds. And so I think we're, if you like, going to see again the importance of cultural rather than geographical proximity. And I think we're going to see an increasing share of our trade done with other common law and English speaking.
Well, you don't think events like this are somewhat better in the flesh when they are with Zoom?
Yeah, of course they are. I mean, as by definition does everyone here. But there is obviously going to be an increase in the volume that we do through new technologies.
Okay. Vince Cable, is it too early to make any conclusions about Brexit given what happened to the pandemic? I mean, we look at the trade figures right now, and obviously, world over, trade figures are in a mess because of lockdowns and the pandemic. So is there anything we can meaningfully say?
Yes, they are entangled, and it's rather difficult to isolate the effects of trade policy. But I know it's a bit pompous to say, I told you so, but I will say it. Many of the predictions about the impact on British exporters because of what's happening in Europe are being borne out. I mean, it isn't just the pandemic. You know, I think the survey figures from Chambers of Commerce last week suggested about 15% of British exporters are no longer bothering to export to the European Union because of the regulations which have come in as a result of leaving the single market. And we haven't had compensation in other parts of the world either. But anyway, I think we're all sort of gramophone records on Brexit. But anyway, I think we've made our separate points. I'm not entirely sure it's true, actually, that world trade in general has been affected by the pandemic. The latest figures on trade volumes that I've shown is that despite all the talk about delinking and dual circulation in China and unpicking supply chains and the rest of it, is actually volumes have held up remarkably well, and it's to some extent reflected in shipping freight figures as well. Britain is a bit of an isolated case, and one has to say that trade diversion from Europe has been a part of it.
Right. Dan, Britain made, I think, this year we made a trade surplus for the first time since 1997. I think about £4 billion last year. Is this a good thing?
It's neither a good nor a bad thing. This is one of the many counterintuitive problems you have as a free trader. People feel that it's common sense that we've got to, if you're selling more than you're buying, that's got to be paying your way in the world. But actually, I don't think anyone has ever been able to identify any correlation between your balance of trade and the growth of your economy, either for us or for anyone else. I mean, I have a massive trade deficit with all the pubs around where I live in Hampshire. You know, the White Hart in Overton, the Watership Down, the Bell and Dragon in Kingsclear. I buy from them way more than I sell to them. And you know what? Sometimes they engage in dumping. Sometimes they sell me things at below production cost, as when they say have a free glass of wine with a meal on a Monday or whatever. Who gets the better end of that deal, right? So the idea that exports are more valuable than imports is one of the most distortive ideas in policy. And I think it distorted our Brexit talks, and it distorts our appreciation of how much we could do now to boost our economy with unilateral measures that we do not have to wait for anyone else's permission, or let alone a trade accord, to do. This is not new, right? This is what we did from the early Victorian era. We unilaterally removed tariffs and trade barriers. We didn't make it reciprocal. Result, prices fell. Prices fell across the board, which meant that people could live at the same standard, working shorter hours. Right? They had surplus time, or surplus money, depending on how you want to measure it. But the same phenomenon, right? They had time and money to play with that they wouldn't have had they been buying artificially expensive, locally produced stuff, which meant that they had all of that extra spending power to drive our economic growth with, and it was what lifted us above the run of nations and made us the wealthiest country in the world. And people, despite all the evidence that it happens, that it works every time, people just struggle to understand why that is. So when we come back to, we've seen more of a sort of downturn of our exports to Europe than they have to us. Well, I know this is a very, very difficult point for people, but that is chiefly their loss, right? The imports are not a concession. When people were saying in the Australia deal, oh, we're buying all this cheaper Australian beef, what are we getting in exchange? What we're getting is the cheaper beef. I mean, it's not a concession, it's the prize.
Right. Vince, where do you stand on free trade in general? I mean, let's say America were to offer us an incredibly good free trade deal. Would you be standing with Michael Gove and other members of the Tory turnip Taliban saying that, no, say we can't give you access to the health service, for example, we don't want your chlorinated chicken? Would you be in that camp, or would you be more in the Liz Truss kind of free trade, let it rain?
Well, I'm in favour of free trade in general, and if we could negotiate a good agreement with the United States, I would be all in favour of it. I mean, I think there are genuine issues around food standards, which has got nothing to do with for and against trade. It's about whether we want strict consumer standards or not, and that's against all comers. It's nothing to do with openness to trade, and I would want to make sure that we had good trade standards. I think some of them are a little bit fabricated. I mean, all the stuff about GM foods, if you remember, goes back to Mr. Dacre in the Daily Mail, and these pictures on the front page of humans cloning with fish and so on, and people got spooked by it. But no, I think if you got rid of the irrational element, which is undoubtedly there, having an open trade system with the United States and the wider world, I'm all for it. And actually, Dan and I think, on that broader picture, on the same page, and I totally agree with him, actually, about this stupidity of looking at the benefits of trade in terms of trade surpluses and the deficits as a negative. I mean, the great damage which Donald Trump did to the whole trade dialogue was about casting relationships in terms of trade surpluses and deficits. I mean, it's economically absurd. It's done the United States economy quite a lot of harm, and it's done the world a lot of harm because it's effectively blocked opening up trade more widely.
But it's always popular. That's the trouble. It's the sort of H.L. Mencken principle of nobody ever lost votes by underestimating the intelligence of the electorate.
Well, it has in the United States. I think you actually were a bit pessimistic about the UK. I mean, if you look back at British history, ever since Robert Peel, then the Conservative leader, worked with the Liberals to get through free trade in the middle of the 19th century, I mean, the British public has, by and large, accepted a free trade consensus. I mean, there were departures. Joseph Chamberlain briefly before the First World War, and there was Baldwin and imperial preference, and then Tony Benn and in his industrial strategy in the 70s, but that never got anywhere, fortunately. But by and large, the British people have accepted openness to trade. I think it's a different, we have a different political culture here from the United States.
No, that's true. By the way, interesting that those departures, it's just worth spelling this out, the protectionist, but the Chamberlainite position was, we should only have free trade if the other country reciprocates, right? That was the protectionism there. And that, I'm afraid, I think is a bit more widespread than it was.
The standard of the idea of unilaterally taking your standard, that's seen as for the birds now.
Exactly. And the bogus, the GM type, I mean, does anyone think that Nick Clegg, now living in California, is refusing to eat any chicken? Do you think that the little Cleggs are not allowed to go to KFC? Of course not, right? I mean, hands up anyone here who has been to the United States. Yeah. Okay, take your hand down if you refuse to eat beef or chicken there on grounds of safety standards. Nobody, right?
We are 1, 2, 3. I can see 5, 6 people here, which, by the way, in a Margaret Thatcher conference, I would not expect to. So
sorry. Well, maybe we saw them at different times. So, okay, put your hand up again if you would not eat American beef, or if you have. I mean, not because you're vegan, but because it's American beef. 1, 2.
1.
Yeah. Okay. So it's again a lot of this. In fact, in my experience, almost all cartels, when they argue for some particular privilege, phrase what they're arguing for in terms of public health or consumer protection, right? Even when it's slightly absurd. So in the Australia and New Zealand deals, does anyone really think that these are kind of hellish third world countries with terrible animal welfare standards and terrible food safety standards? And yet, the NFU and a number of, I can only say, nostalgic Remainers who can't stand the thought of any trade deals other than with Europe taking off, was solemnly standing there saying we mustn't allow this country to be flooded with substandard Australian food. I mean, all we're doing is returning to where we always were as a net importer of Australian beef, New Zealand lamb. And look, I'm not a sheep farmer, but even I know that New Zealand lamb is counter-seasonal to our own, right? I mean, the idea that it's going to wipe out the industry here is
we don't even use our quota, our tariff quota on New Zealand lamb. But what I'd like to put to you, Dan, is there actually were a few numbers. Sure, we're not exactly a representative sample of United Kingdom here in this room. And yet there were still quite a few people who did have concerns. I imagine if you do a poll of the country, you'd find even more people. And more importantly, when it comes to the decisions which Conservatives have made in Parliament, take the free trade deal with Australia, for example. That wasn't exactly a no-holds-barred free trade deal. We could have done a 2-page FTA with Australia. We chose not to. We chose to phase it in over an incredibly long period of time, almost as if we were afraid of that free trade. Now, why should that be if the free trade deal was negotiated by free trading, Brexiting Conservatives? Why was it that the political forces here? Because these politicians are, after all, just going to do what they think the voters will let them get away with. It seems to me that you are in quite a liberal minority here, and that the actual centre of political gravity is to be a lot more protectionist than you and I would ideally like.
I mean, as I said, I think that's always true. I agree with Vince that Britain has a better record than other places, but I think it is always true that if you ask people in the abstract, should we import more food from abroad, they'll say, no, I'd rather buy it locally, and that's always been true. It doesn't preclude you doing the deals. I think the bigger problem is institutional inertia. You or I suspect, would have approached the Australia FTA we'd have reversed the burden of proof. We'd have said, let's assume that whatever is legal in your country is legal in mine and vice versa, unless we specifically agree that we can't. Let's make that the case for goods, for services, for professional qualifications. Now, where can we not do that? And I might have said, well, mate, I've got a real problem with my apple growers. They're a pain in the ass, frankly, and they're wrong about it, but they've got this. And you might say, well, I've got a similar thing with hill farmers in Wales. We would take a couple of things off the table, but otherwise we'd have... sadly, it was too revolutionary an approach. And so our state machine, instead, I suppose rather predictably, approached this by saying, here's where we begin from, as a country leaving the EU, now where can we loosen up? And of course it was therefore a much less ambitious deal than it might be. But I wouldn't, the only thing I really disagreed with, I think, with Vince about is I wouldn't underestimate the importance of our joining the Trans-Pacific Partnership in its CPTPP as it now is. First of all, we have obvious cultural links with a number of countries there, not just Australia, New Zealand, Canada, but Malaysia, Singapore, and so on. Next time you're looking at a globe, at an actual 3D globe, hold it looking at the North Pole and see how short the distance will be from here to the Pacific as the polar ice recedes. Right? We're the gateway on that Northern Sea Passage. It's actually not much longer than to get from here to New York. And it is where the growth is. And I think it will have a change, and a benign change on our standards. I think as we get into a basically mutual recognition-based system in CPTPP, that will exert some magnetic pull away from some of the more protectionist rules that we've inherited from the EU.
I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a very good idea, but I think people need to go into it with their eyes open, knowing what's involved. I mean, the whole purpose of it was to have American technical standards and regulation setting the pace in the Asia-Pacific region and to any adherents like the UK, and that's fine. But the Americans are not going to join. it's quite likely that China and Taiwan will both join. And because it's such a dominant economy, China will in turn set the standards for this group, and indeed globally in many technical areas. I don't have a problem with that, but we need to be very clear that that is what is happening, and that's what we're signing up to.
I think we're already in some, I mean, you know, that may be true in one or two areas, but I don't think it is generally true. If you look at, for example, cross-border data flows, rules on privacy and data, the EU is an outlier in its obsession with privacy and its protectionism. The UK is now joining up with the countries that are at the cutting edge setting the new rules, Singapore, Chile, Australia, New Zealand. And I think that will have very significant and cumulative, it's like compound interest, that's the great thing about these deals, cumulative benefit with each passing year.
Right. Now, Vince, you've just published a book about various leaders in history, including Margaret Thatcher. I wonder where you think we are in historical appetite. We go through periods of free trade, periods without it. We were in this country basically mercantilists until Adam Smith and the physiocrats came along, and then our man there, Pitt the Younger, came along with his Eden Treaty that started the you take away the trade tariffs of France, and we moved into a new period. And then you had the tariffs of the world slowly coming down. The WTO average now is, what, 2.4% or something? It's very small, effectively free trade. But do you think that we're now entering a period where we're moving away from that and back into protectionism? Dan doesn't seem to think that so much.
No, I do think that. I do think that globally, and it was beginning even before the coronavirus. It's now going to be much
right. I wonder, do you think we're moving away? That we're being a bit anachronistic here. We're saluting Margaret Thatcher at a time where her influence and the idea she stood for are waning in the politics of this country, let alone our potential trade partners.
Well, there is a risk that will happen, but not, I think, particularly because of the UK or even the European Union. It's because if the US-China conflict, which is evolving, spreads into trade and investment, so far it hasn't, but if it does, that will effectively split the world economy, and there will be all kind of repercussions for the trading system, overwhelmingly negative. But that's the big threat to the system. In terms of, you know, I wrote a book which is about major historical figures political figures who changed the economic weather. And the two British leaders that I had in my book were Robert Peel and Margaret Thatcher. I started with Alexander Hamilton, who was actually basically a free trader but did make an exception for infant industries in America. And the one who made the greatest contribution in modern times was actually Deng Xiaoping in opening up that, you know, the great economy to trade and investment, which what he did. But we're now very much at an inflection point, and I think it hinges on the US-China relationship rather than anything we do or the European Union.
Right. You mentioned China, Vince. Surely the prospect of trade of China is bad and getting worse. I mean, I imagine fairly soon we're going to be talking about sanctions, etc. The Huawei decision, quite an important one, basically shows the West thinking, well, China, you've always used trade as a political weapon. Two can play at that game. So do you think we're heading into basically various stages of trade war with China now?
Well, we seem to be, and I think it's regrettable because I think actually, you know, obviously there are problems around state security and so on, but by and large, the availability of Chinese goods for the last 20 years has been a key factor in maintaining the rapid growth and low inflation of the major economy. The sheer size of the Chinese economy, which is in purchasing power terms now bigger than the United States, is so big that we'd be completely insane to try and believe that we can somehow turn our back on it.
But the juice was running out of that lemon, wasn't it? I mean, the labor costs in China were going up. For a while, it gave us incredibly cheap stuff. But now I think that China's facing its own inflation. Things are about as cheap as they're realistically going to be from China. So that sort of ever-cheapening TV sets and
yes,
toys.
well, no, that's the past. I mean, clearly the very cheap stuff is now going to Vietnam and Bangladesh, and the Chinese manufacturing is rapidly moving into high value-added stuff. That it remains the case that, you know, major Western companies like Apple are very much embedded in the Chinese supply chain system and derive considerable benefits from dealing with a country which has brilliant infrastructure, highly skilled labor force, and very good transport infrastructure, which is, you know, why it continues. But no, I mean, you're right in your basic premise that the world trading system is in jeopardy, and that's the focus of the trouble.
Right. So Dan, why is it then that free traders are losing the argument globally?
Well, first of all, Vince is absolutely right about China, and this is part of the answer to that question. I'm shocked at how naive I was about the rapidity of change under Xi Jinping since 2011. Even 5 years ago, I still saw this as, you know, two wings within the party, and you know, they're not going to turn their backs on growth. The extent to which they have weaponized the internet and turned it into a tool of surveillance and propaganda and created this exportable panopticon state that they can now use on other places is terrifying. But I do not believe that of all the sanctions you can take against another country, you should ever reach for trade, because it is worse than useless.
Yeah.
Trade sanctions hurt all the wrong people. They hurt ordinary folk in your own country and in the other country, and they prop up the regime by creating a more controlled economy. So of all the things, I mean, if you imagine a spectrum, what do you do when there's a country doing terrible things? On one level, not very much, recall your ambassador, sponsor a motion in the UN. At the other, you know, invade Xinjiang with a coalition of countries and put a stop to it at all costs. Where on that spectrum are trade sanctions? Nowhere. They are worse than useless. You know, they look at the way they've kept the Cuban communists in power, but they create a siege mentality. Look at how Putin keeps on benefiting from the...
So would you have Huawei in Britain? Would you think the Huawei decision was wrong?
As it was portrayed, i.e. that they were going to be excluded from the sensitive stuff anyway and only allowed the non-sensitive stuff, yeah, I think we made a political decision to exclude it.
Right. Another quick unrelated point. When Britain got tough with the EU, this is a point that came out of one of the previous sessions, and we basically said that we would tear up our agreement if we wanted to. Do you think that gives us a bit of a bad reputation amongst prospective trade partners, thinking that Brexit Britain is a country that, when push comes to shove, will walk away from its commitments?
Yes, it's quite important to be clear about what we are threatening to do. I mean, to make a point that would be banal if it were not for this feverish argument, even now, 5 years after the referendum, if the choice is between peace and stability in Northern Ireland or breaking a foreign treaty, I hope any responsible government would see its first duty as preserving the stability of the province. But we're not preparing to tear up the treaty. We are preparing to use an article within the treaty that is expressly designed for precisely the situation which we encounter. An article, by the way, which the EU is prepared to use for much lower reasons, from no higher motive than peak at the rapidity of our vaccine rollout. So the idea that Britain is breaking its word if it uses a legitimate article in the withdrawal agreement, I just, that would not have wings at all were it not for the fact that there are a lot of commentators in this country who are still annoyed about Brexit and are still prepared uncritically to cover whatever the Brussels line is.
Right. Vince Cable, what do you think we could do now, realistically, to improve relations and trade with Europe? Things are looking pretty bad on the Northern Ireland border, but right now I imagine you would want to do, I mean, Dan says that a lot of this is unwinding, that we had a slightly rigged relationship with Europe, now it's been unrigged. Of course we're going to trade a lot less with them. What do you think we should do now to trade more with our neighbours and allies in Europe?
Well, I think probably I'm not the best person to ask, because my advice would be the advice to the Irish give to lost tourists. I would be starting from somewhere else. But yeah, I think in a way, the question people like me have to answer The difficult question is why we didn't settle for Theresa May's deal, because actually that would have circumvented many of the problems, and we should probably be trying to get back to something like that, which implicitly accepts customs union arrangement, which used to be called the Irish backstop.
And the EU regulatory control over
and you have EU regulatory alignment, yes.
Well, control, not alignments.
Well, we're on different sides of the argument, but as far as I'm concerned, it's alignment. But, you know, we have a different philosophy on it. But I think we are going to finish up there. This government probably will find it very difficult politically, but if there is a change of government, then I think that's where we're going to be heading, to a Norwegian type, Norway plus type arrangement.
Dan, same question to you. How do you think we can improve relations, trading relations with Europe?
I certainly think it would be crazy for us to join the customs union. We were always disproportionately impacted by it as the only country that traded more outside the EU than with it. And I never understood when Labour and various kind of disgruntled Conservatives ended up in this weird position of saying, let's leave the single market but stay in the customs union. That really was throwing away the burger and eating the napkin. I mean, and it was a reversal on what they'd originally said. And I can only assume, as Christian Niemitz from the IEA once brilliantly pointed out, that Labour hadn't really thought about it very much, but they didn't like the word market and they did like the word union. So they said, let's go for this. This will be a sort of a stick to beat them with. The opposite was something that I was in favour of before, during and after the campaign, i.e. keeping large elements of the single market, but not of the customs union. I mean, the single market isn't a single thing. You know, there are a number of obligations, but the centrepiece of it, which is a guarantee that the product of any other country will not be discriminated against on grounds of nationality, struck me as a very sensible and laudable prize for free traders to keep. When the result came in on the Friday morning in 2016, I thought, well, looking at the closeness of it, that's going to be the outcome. And I remember giving an interview as the news came on the Dimbleby programme, saying, you know, this will be a process, not an event, and we've got to be aware that 2 of the 4 nations voted differently and so on. What happened after that was the strangest thing, where both sides polarised in a way that hadn't happened during. I mean, I remember debating in a very civil way with Vince during the campaign, and you know, when we were wishing each other luck and taking selfies, and you know, the anger started afterwards, and all of those kind of compromise solutions were shot down by both sides. But the primary attraction for me of having a Swiss type deal where you'd keep some elements of the single market is that it would have avoided the price we had to pay in the withdrawal agreement, and particularly over Ireland. Now that we've paid that price anyway, I don't see much advantage in it anymore.
We don't have the tech to ask questions, but the guy at the front here has his arm up for so long. I can probably hear you if you just shout, as we all can.
So I'll repeat the question for the people who didn't hear it. There is a modern tendency for trade deals to include all sorts of extraneous issues, women's rights and indigenous rights and labour rights and so on. Do I think that's a good thing? No, I emphatically don't think it's a good thing. Not because those are unimportant issues, but precisely because if they are important, they should be treated as issues in their own right, not shoehorned into trade deals. And a little bit like the people who always say, let's have trade sanctions as a way of saying, I disapprove of this country, right? When people say we should have trade sanctions against Burma or China or Israel or Saudi or whatever their particular, it's just a way of saying, I disapprove of the policy. They're not really thinking about the economic impacts. In the same way, when people say we must have environmental provisions or gender rights or whatever in a trade deal, it's a kind of massive virtue signal. It's like people who say we need to put all the things I care about into the school curriculum. That isn't what a trade deal is or does. A trade deal is about identifying specific obstacles and removing them.
And so it's, again, I'm not going to be maneuvered into saying you're therefore, I don't care about any of these things. Climate change is a hugely important issue. There is a whole massive global process addressing it. It's not something to put as an afterthought into FTAs. One final point, because this I know is a huge thing with the New Zealand deal. Again, some of this I'm afraid to say is still resentful Remainers looking to hang their doubts on something because they don't want anything to succeed too obviously. But one of the things
you're just talking about all the partisans.
I know, and I've become part of it now after 5 years.
Anyway.
But one of the and if you had to listen to some of the Lib Dem peers attacking literally every trade deal day after day, you would feel the same. But the issue that they've picked is food miles. Carbon. Yes, all right. New Zealand's lamb may be countercyclical to ours, but it's got to be terrible for the environment, surely, to ship it right from the other side of the world. Interestingly, although obviously it's a long way, there is more carbon emission from Welsh lamb consumed in London than New Zealand lamb. Why? Because the vast majority of carbon emission happens on the farm, in the production phase, in incubators, in fertilizers, in tractor fuel, etc., etc. The things that have made Australian and New Zealand farmers efficient have also made them environmentally friendly. It wasn't because they were particularly setting out to, but as they sought to reduce their costs, they also incidentally reduced their carbon capture. And even if you think about the transport phase, think of the size of one of those massive freight cargo ships. Think of what negligible proportion of the carbon is taken up by one lamb chop, right? Actually, an efficient system that moves from the dock to your Waitrose or wherever you buy it from tends to be, when you think of the economies of scale on those ships, even that bit, even the transport bit, is less environmentally impactful than driving a small quantity of lamb down some windy lane from the top of a mountain in a remote part of the UK. So carbon emissions carbon footprint is not the same thing as food miles.
All of this talk of lamb chops is making me hungry, but we haven't got that much time left. But I think it's strange to talk for an hour about trade without mentioning the World Trade Organization. Vince Cable, what's happened to the WTO? Can it still? Does it still have a role to play, or does its silence kind of speak for itself? Is its day done?
Well, to answer directly, it is dormant. There's a lot of kind of workman-like stuff going on things like trade facilitation, and it's helping opening up trade within Africa, for example. But on the big issues, it's nowhere to be seen, and as long as the current American administration has the approach it has to trade, it's not likely to change. So I'm afraid, sadly, it's disappeared from the scene. But if this is the last question, I just want to say how much actually I agreed with Dan Hannan about these trade agreements with lots of knobs on. It's completely inappropriate, devalues the trade agreement. These are issues that stand on their own merit. There are a few exceptions. In the environmental field, for example, multilateral environmental agreements like the Montreal Protocol have trade implications that the WTO was trying to incorporate into trade law. But the whole idea that gender, human rights, labor standards should be part of trade agreements it's virtue signaling, and it's deeply unhelpful and actually is blocking sensible trade agreements.
All right. So, Dan Hannan, you were talking earlier about the merit of unilateral trade deals. Should we do that with the EU now? Just cut the tariffs which we impose on their imports?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Well, it's not. As you were saying earlier, it's not really the tariffs. It's the various other checks and non-tariff barriers.
But we can make it as easy on our side. So should we just think, actually, no tariffs, no checks? Well, we trust you, Europeans. Give us your product.
That is what we're doing, in the sense that we've now extended this period where we're not checking their goods in the way that we intend to eventually. Now, I'm told by all these clever people involved in the mechanics of it at the Home Office and elsewhere that we'll be able eventually, because we have
we're not inheriting an existing infrastructure. We will have the most sort of speedy, digitized, invisible process that won't slow anything down. And okay, great. But you know, what are we worried about? What's the worst thing that happens? That we buy some Carcassonne sausage that hasn't been through. Who cares, right? I mean, we've been for the last 47 years in this position of not checking stuff that comes in from across the channel. Have we suffered any sort of terrible plagues or murrains or terrible diseases in consequence? I think there should be a risk-based approach based fundamentally on a presumption of innocence. And I mean, to be honest, I'd go a lot further than the EU on this. I think there are a lot of countries where we can basically assume the quality of goods imported unless we have a very good reason not to.
For example?
I'd say pretty much any country with a sort of comparable GDP to ours, with a functioning legal system and with regulators that we regard as interoperable with our own. You know, Australia, New Zealand, you know, Chile, Singapore, Malaysia, you know, plenty of places. I mean, actually, in some areas, you could go even further. In some sector-specific areas, you could open pretty much globally. I mean, the really successful entrepôts have done this. You know, what was the? I started back in 1824 with Macaulay's remark. Around about that time, Singapore became a free port. It had a population of about 180. Right? Singapore has no resources, none. You know, it doesn't make any. It doesn't sit on diamonds or oil or anything. And yet, Singapore, in the years since independence, has gone from having about half of our GDP per head to having about twice. Now, they've gone from being half as rich as us in 1965, or in 1960, I think it was, to twice as rich almost today. Based on what? Based on inviting the traffic and commerce of the world without restrictions, without having all these protectionist cartels hiding behind the cloak of consumer protection or environmental protection or whatever other lies they use to cover their monopolistic behavior and their barriers to entry. Where did the Singaporeans get this idea from? Precisely from this country. You know, Raffles was using, he was familiar with the works of Adam Smith. We think he was familiar with the works of David Ricardo. He applied those principles. And that, in the end, is the answer to what do you say to the people who can't get it. You know, again, 200 and a bit years, 1816, David Ricardo formulated the idea of comparative advantage. You know, this freaky idea that the other country can absolutely outperform you at everything, and it is still in your interest to have free trade. You know, Paul Samuelson said it's the only idea in the whole of economics that's both true and surprising. And it's always going to surprise people. But if you just do it, as Singapore did, eventually you don't look back.
Okay, well, for that surprising truth, Dan Hannan and all your viewers, Vince Cable, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And having opened our proceedings, what feels like a long time ago with one cabinet minister, I'm honoured that we are able to close them with another. Lord Frost is obviously currently the Europe minister, and before that was the chief Brexit negotiator. I'm sure was paying very close attention to Vince Cable's prescriptions for how he should rewrite his deal. But we're very pleased and proud to have him as the closing keynote speaker at the Margaret Thatcher Conference.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks to the CPS for putting on such an incredibly intellectually rich conference. And I've been able to be here for part of it and followed bits of the rest on video and Twitter. And it really has given us so much food for thought. And thank you for giving me the distinct honour of being able to wrap it up. You're absolutely right as an organisation to bring the focus back to trade policy. It's got huge potential to make our country more prosperous still. I'll say more about that in a moment, But first of all, for me personally, obviously it's a change to be invited to talk about something other than the Northern Ireland Protocol. Though equally, I've got to say that issue is, as you would expect, my top priority. Indeed, when we discuss trade in this country, we must not forget that our most urgent and pressing problem, an issue of the highest national interest, is to make sure we can trade freely within our own country. I don't think that's too much to ask, and that's where we need to get to, one way or the other. Coming back to trade, leaving the European Union changes many things for this country, but perhaps none more immediately and visibly than the UK's ability to fully control its international trade policy. For the first time in almost 5 decades, we're once again fully in control of our external tariffs, how goods and services come into the UK, which countries we do bilateral deals with, and how we wish to engage in multilateral bodies around the world. No more sitting silently behind the EU nameplate, instead a chance to really influence discussions in our own interests. So my friend Anne-Marie Trevelyan has already said a lot today about the progress we're making on these issues, in our own tariff regime, at the WTO, and of course in our own FTA programme, and I won't repeat that now. But what I do want to underline is that none of that progress would have been possible if we'd done what many wanted and gone with a different form of Brexit, one that kept us more closely in the EU's orbit. Our policy on all these matters would have remained subcontracted to a remote organisation, many stages removed from our citizens, with even less democratic oversight than when we were a member state. As far as I can tell, many people, indeed Vince Cable, as we just heard, would like to inch us back to that situation over time, and that can't be right. It can't be right because trade policy affects many things of direct concern to everybody in this country. The breadth of choice and the cost of goods available to the public, the ability of entrepreneurs to grow their businesses by expanding into new markets, the debate about producer versus consumer interests at home, the balance of openness and protectionism that we've just heard debated. And it is surely right that such hugely significant questions of national economic policy are subject to proper public debate and democratically accountable decisions. And already this is beginning to happen. For the first time for many years, we've got a proper debate about trade policy. Whether it is which countries we seek deeper trade relations with, whether it's tariffs on steel, whether it's the balance between cheaper food for Brits and protecting our own farmers. For 50 years, we couldn't make these decisions for ourselves, and now we can. And to make the best decisions, we need the fullest and the freest possible debate. I believe free debate is a good thing. That's why I'm here. It forces everyone to test their arguments, and I strongly believe it means the best ideas win. And that's why I'm a bit of a free speech zealot myself on every subject, not just free trade. We need to make sure the room for testing ideas and for free debate is properly protected, whether it's trade policy, economic policy, or indeed the right policy to manage the consequences of coronavirus. I worry about some of the constraints in practice about what can now be said in the public arena, and free speech is the best guarantor of democracy, and we restrict it at our peril. Keeping this room for debate is central to how we manage the kind of country we want to be after Brexit. It goes to the heart of the new policy freedoms we have outside the EU and the question of democracy, the most fundamental cornerstone of Brexit. We're now in a different position to the EU member states. Trade policy is only one of the things that EU members can't change in their elections. Most can't also change their fiscal policy, their industrial policy, competition policy, energy policy, and so on. If you're in the euro, obviously you can't change monetary policy either. Those countries have made that choice. It's for them. But personally, I can't help believing that the high levels of churn in political parties and leaders in EU countries, the fraying of party structures, the rise of genuinely populist and anti-system parties is not some way connected to this inability to change a lot of important things through elections. And that's why I'm glad we've taken a different road here in the UK. Our elections now matter. Everything can change as a result of them, and politicians have got to compete in the marketplace of ideas. We have to persuade people that free markets and free institutions are the best way forward, and if we can't do that, we will lose. That's why engaging in the battle of ideas with organisations like the CPS at the forefront is so crucial. It's all the more important, of course, because as a country, we're on our own now. Our destiny is in our own hands. We have to step up and compete at a global level. It's no longer good enough to be the most attractive economy in the EU. We face global competition. We have to benchmark ourselves against the whole of the world. That is a big challenge for government as well as the private sector. And that's why I have the job I have. It's not just about EU negotiations, it's about trying to ensure there is consistency between what's required by our agreement with the EU, by our FTAs with other countries, and by the programme of domestic reforms that our new freedoms make possible. My job is to try and drive change within government, to push policy in the right direction, to overcome the forces of entropy, of laziness, of vested interest. And what Brexit means for the future, it depends on whether we can seize these opportunities, whether we can liberalise, free up, create competition on our own market, create the conditions for innovation and productivity growth. So I don't share the views of those who think we can treat the private sector as just a convenient way of keeping the public sector running. It isn't just a source of taxes, nor is it a bunch of people who will inevitably do bad things unless the government keeps a close eye on them. We can't carry on as we were before. If after Brexit all we do is import the European social model, we will not succeed. We haven't successfully rolled back the frontiers of the European Union from Britain with Brexit, only to import the European model after all this time. So we need to reform fast, and those reforms are going to involve doing things differently from the EU. If we stick to EU models, but behind our own tariff wall and with a smaller market, obviously we're not going to succeed. That's why I so often talk about divergence, not for the sake of it, but because it's a national necessity. What we're now doing is beginning this project as a government, though I'll be the first to admit there's a lot more to do. We're liberalising the growth areas of the future to open them up to innovation, data reform, gene editing, transport, medical licensing devices, artificial intelligence, and more. To some extent unnoticed, we're making changes to the nuts and bolts of some of the core frameworks underpinning the economy to make them less bureaucratic, more dynamic than the EU regimes we left behind. State aid, procurement being primary examples. We're phasing in a new domestic agriculture support regime. Our immigration system has been reformed, and we're conducting a systematic review of all the retained EU law which we've inherited, laws which never received proper democratic scrutiny before being implemented in the UK, and looking at ways to reform and change that so we can put ourselves on the best possible basis to meet the competition. This is only the beginning. We've got to keep challenging ourselves. It's all too easy to get captured by the interest groups and the lobbies. We don't have time for that. The world isn't standing still, and nobody owes us a living, and earning one is now fully in our own hands. We know what the formula for success as a country is. It's low taxes. I agree with the Chancellor, as he said in his budget speech. Our goal must be to reduce taxes. It's about light touch, proportionate regulation, whatever the policy objectives you're trying to pursue. And of course, free trade. Increasing consumer choice while reducing consumer costs. Ensuring that competition stops complacency. Keeping our economy fit and responsive to innovation and progress abroad. And personal freedom and responsibility. Unavoidably, we've had a lot of state direction and control during the pandemic. That cannot and must not last forever, and I'm glad that it is not. I'm very happy that free Britain, or at least, I guess, merry England, is probably now the freest country in the world as regards COVID restrictions. No mask rules, no vaccine passports, and long may it remain so. Ladies and gentlemen, Baroness Thatcher famously said in 1984 that she'd come to office, and I quote, with the deliberate intention to change Britain from a dependent to a self-reliant society, to a do-it-yourself nation, a get-up-and-go Britain. She succeeded. And if at times recently we might have seemed to have lost some of that spirit, I think Brexit is bringing it back. The amazing response of the private sector during the pandemic shows it's still there. A determination to face problems and overcome them, to innovate and find new solutions, and to ensure that we continue creating wealth, driving growth, ensuring the best for everybody in this country. That's the spirit that will ensure this country succeeds, and I'll work to ensure that it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think the lady who this conference is named for would be looking down approvingly on hearing quite a lot of those words. It's just left for me to thank you all so much for coming, to thank the City of London for hosting us and supporting us, to thank the Telegraph and HSBC for supporting us this evening and throughout the day indeed, and to thank the team at the CPS for doing an utterly fantastic job. We very much hope that you will come to every CPS event, obviously, but in particular that we can all see you again next year for another Thatcher Conference. But thank you all so much for coming, and please have a lovely evening.